to say what you wanna hear. I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play the part of whomever you want me to be, 'cause my identity has been lost to me. Lost to me, lost to me. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'm hanging on to every word that you breathe, because my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ECS. I am Eback, and today I am not joined by Barnow. I'm not joined by Jerry. I'm not joined by CCV. I'm not joined by Kenny. I'm not joined by who are the other ones? Grissom. I'm not joined by Grissom. I'm not joined by McCready. I'm not joined by Her Majesty the Queen. I'm not joined by Two Doors, and I'm not joined by a palliative ignorance of my ever-lingering sense of dread. Today I am joined by Whippet.
I have never had such an extensive introduction on a streamer. Well, it is an honour to be back. It's been so long since we got a cast with each other, and now, well, hopefully we're going to get some interesting action in this matchup. I feel so honoured we got such a long. I got such a long intro.
Why didn't you give such a long introduction to the teams as well?
Oh, I'm sure you've got something very well prepared for us.
Ah, well, these teams, they're impervious, they're indefatigable, they are incredible, they are incisive, that's another in, they are infamous. I think that's about enough ins in general. Let's get into what teams we've got. We have SN Peak, I believe is how it's said, because it's a change of name from Fallacy, X-Fallacy, and the opposite team is Team Manic. So the team without the logo is SN Peak, is how I've been informed they're called. I'm hoping that's correct. Is that right, Whippet?
I think we're working on the same information as you. I'm fingers crossed every time I say their name, I'm getting it right.
Okay, cool. SN Peak. So these two teams, it's an interesting mix-up here, because these two, they're in very similar positions and they faced very similar teams. So the fact that they're so close to each other, right in the kind of middle/lower end of this division, this is quite an interesting one as to who's going to come out on top, because that will make quite a difference on the league, I think. It'll be a big signifier of how these two teams are going to perform for the rest of the season as well. I think this is quite a big one for these two, not necessarily the others, but for themselves, it's going to be quite an important one.
Certainly, and as you're saying, because it's kind of in the middle lower pack of our contenders, these teams are, every single point matters if they want to be able to keep their spot and vie for that playoff position at the end of the season. So every little counts, and with two teams that are so close to each other, that's going to be a very interesting matchup. It is going to be fighting tooth and nail for every round, every position, and I'm sure we're going to get to see some fantastic action as we get into our matches.
Definitely. Well, today we've got a bit of a weird mix of maps. I was expecting from Team Manic, honestly, I was expecting them to bring out, what's the map they haven't played? They've played 6 different maps in their 6 different rounds. There's 6 different opportunities to play maps so far this season. I'm striking out on the last one is that they haven't played. What are the maps in this game? I can't remember, but they've played a lot of them at least. But they are repeating the same maps they played in the first matchup against the Last Resort. They're bringing out Cafe first, followed by Oregon, and this is the first time we're seeing SN Peak on Cafe. But they have both played Oregon, these two, and given that they've both only won 3 maps combined, Oregon, they both won it. So that should be quite a good particular map.
Yeah, Oregon, well, we've seen plenty of Oregon throughout our season so far. And I mean, every team is going to be super strong on a map like Oregon. So when you see teams in a similar standing with each other, as you're mentioning, it's going to be interesting at the very least to see how this is going to play out on a map like Oregon. Because of that linearity, it's just going to lead to some absolute fireworks. But I really want to kind of go to Cafe. That's a map that's, while still commonplace, it's reasonably rare sometimes because it's like a delight. You know, you have it. It's like a takeaway. You have it once a week or every 2 weeks or so on, but it's still that kind of level of excitement. It's something a little bit fresh. It's less linear than the likes of Clubhouse in Oregon, so you're likely to see some more interesting stuff. And teams tend to bring kind of more, from the depth of the strat book, bring that forward on the Cafe. So I'm really looking forward to seeing something new for a change.
Yeah, Team Manic are going to want something new on Cafe, as last time they played it was against the Last Resort, as I mentioned before. They only got 2 rounds and lost 7 on that particular map, so they'll be wanting to reassert themselves on this map and show why they're good at it, because the Last Resort can make anyone look fools. And I don't even know if the next map is the next game after this is happening yet. It's currently a whole big mess, so that's still up in the air. We didn't know if we'd even be doing this one. I mean, at the start of today, I thought I was casting for a different league, so it's a bit of a fuss at the moment. I didn't know Whippet would be here. I didn't even prepare for Whippet, and that's just going to bite me in the bum.
I mean, John, the intro you gave me seemed pretty much prepared. That's all, that's made my day now. That's all I need. Simple things. But, this is going to be an interesting matchup, and the maps that we're bringing to I think are going to be able to bring the best out of them. They're well practiced, kind of reasonably commonplace, at least for Cafe. Oregon, very commonplace maps. So the team should be comfortable. They should be able to, have their stride. And this is very important because of their positioning on the table. If they're able to get some points, they can keep themselves further away from that danger zone in the lower bracket, and they're just trying to be able to vie for safety and potentially a last kind of minute surge up to those playoff stages or playoff places.
Yep, so in terms of form, I wrote down, I did a form chart in terms of a shape of what these teams look like. So Team Manic look like this. Kind of just a bit up and down, but kind of staying across the same level of results. Kind of dropping off slightly, actually, a bit more towards the end. And then SN Peak, their form goes like this. That's what we're looking at between these two teams at the moment. So an interesting point for these two to meet, because SN Peak obviously starting strong and they've fallen a bit weaker across these 3 games. Now's their chance to come back up a bit and make their curve look a bit more like a U shape, which is certainly what they want. And here we are on to the Snoit Kederps, which is predictions backwards. Everybody's favourite thing. Community predictions in favour of Manic at the moment, which, given that they are slightly above in the table, I guess that is fair, but it looks a bit one-sided to me, given what we're going to see here today. I imagine it'll be a lot tighter than that.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at the maps we're going to, this is just going to breathe a very close competitive matchup. And perhaps, social media presence is always something that plays into our community predictions as well as our staff ones. So I wouldn't be surprised if you get to see SMP perform a little bit of that underdog storyline and get a few good
Yeah.
rounds in against Manic. But we're in our bans
Well,
now.
I've got to say, Cafe is the chance for SMP really to get the win. I mean, of course they can contest on both, but given the records of these teams, I would be expecting SMP to give us a showing here, especially as it is their map. And they've was it them who banned out the Hibana? I can't even see. Yes, they banned out the Hibana and the Whammo. What do you make of that Whippet?
Well, my ban makes a lot of sense. It's going to make it a lot difficult or harder for the defense to hold on to these key positions, and especially like in Pixel with that shield instead of Piano. Just the extra catcher removal is going to make the flashbang utility and the impacts far easier to get deployed towards that clear positions. Also, just makes everything a little bit easier. And the mirror ban is our 4th out, and well, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's just ease of clearing. You don't want to worry about those black mirror windows, especially when you're making a final gasp on the objective. So getting rid of that operator flat out means you don't have that extra step, as time is super valuable here on a map like Cafe. Every little helpful ban you can get gives you an advantage. Thatcher, of course, removed, as well as Hibana, so not too much of a surprise, at least for Thatcher leaving it, but Hibana is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser.
Well, there's 1 or 2 operators here that catch my eye. We'll see whether the 6 picks change that at all. Obviously, you'd often see a focus on Nomad here. We got actually that Gridlock. I was saying as being an interesting pick away from the Nomad norm. Actually, that being 6 pick to the IQ, potentially seeing this Valkyrie and trying to counter that, but unintentionally, potentially, actually countering that Echo as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see an IQ. It's not rare, it's very rare in the current climate of the game, and as you were saying, the perfect counter to an Echo, which is another operator which is equally less seen. So those yokai drones won't have that much of a surprise factor if the IQ sensor can spot them out in time before they can have an impact. Of course, no more invisible cloaking for those, so be a little bit more careful in how chaps place them around the map. They can certainly play impact and do their job. First fight though, here on Cafe and down to the kitchen. Looks like we're going to see an extended roam. Neon, he's stepping in the last minute of the substitute here, so he's going to be picking up that Mozzie, and I imagine he's going to be dedicating himself just to a little bit more of an aggressive style of play. And I believe if you follow him on Twitter, I think he noted to himself that he's going to be playing on that entry role. So he's going to be on this aggressive style of play. So keep an eye out. He's a sub, but again, throwing a sub into a role where you just go out there and cause some damage can work out for teams.
For those observant Twitter followers, you'll note that he also predicted himself going 0-10 on each map, so we'll see if that's true as well. Neon, of course, also an operator that can be countered by that IQ alongside the Mute and Jaeger, so many different bits of utility, and think of those prox alarms as well for Castle. There's just so much that the IQ can do, as long as she's not wiped off the board straight away, and that's pretty much these entry players' job to make sure that the ground is clear, and they're going to make sure they do that straight away. Ash and Zofia moving straight in, and they're going to walk straight towards Neon, who could catch them off if they're not careful. They seem to be going relatively manual.
I like where he's sitting, though. He's in a position that's not going to be the easiest to default drone out, and so far, no drones have wandered into the freezer section, so he might stay a little bit undetected from now, but we see this drone just looking and scanning, but it doesn't spot him, it doesn't even attempt to go in.
Is it jumping?
Oh.
No!
Uh-oh. He might have a great opportunity here. He just has to get a call.
That's downstairs, isn't it?
No, this is right beside him.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this is.
No, it's down. It's in the corridor, isn't it?
No, it's on the now the Sophia's dropped down, but IQ's still up on the
I was talking about the drone.
Oh.
IQ is right next to Neon. Oh, she jumps down away! Oh, this is so terrifying. This is the most terrifying start to a match I've seen. No damage dealt all around, but that's about to change as Neon sees the back of Sebson, but he only gets a tiny bit of damage. I mean, with the Roni, it's never really going to do much from there. Gives his position away, which will certainly waste a bit of time with these attackers being scared. That's no damage dealt. It's a good start, though, for Manic in general, because they've kept all their ground, and they've kept all their men with a minute left.
Yeah, that's a great job in the entry, and especially as you're saying, though, the moment he shot towards Sebson, that's going to ring everyone's attention. Okay, there's a Mozzie still upstairs, we have to worry about it, and well, speaking of worry about Mozzie, Neon strikes, very good there, and that's going to be the ace off the board. That's one of the only hard breachers available. That's actually the only hard breacher available, so now funneling through doorways and hallways is the only choice for SMP, unless they find a breakthrough. Sebson now going to try and retaliate against the early damage. Not quite sure in the Molly's position, but doesn't matter. Nux shuts him down. But the time has been gained, and that's a very successful roam presence. Only 25 seconds to go. SMP have to make a dive bomb to the objective. And we walk into Rise also waiting Jaws. And the Jaeger's ready to strike. He's going to get one. Can he convert this to two? Very nearly. He has the information. He's going to get it. So two. Makes it one. And with 14 seconds left and one man standing, that's all she wrote. Team Manic hold out round number 1.
Well, Neon's wrong already. That didn't take very long. He's got his kill, and he did a fantastic job delaying the attackers clearing the top floor for 2.5 minutes, single-handedly. I can only think that is a serious misplay from the opposition of SN Peak. But at the same time, credit to that man, and the round very, very convincingly in the hands of Team Manic to start off. The team that I said on Cafe looked a bit shaky.
Yeah, I just want to really echo the fact that that was a fantastic example of how sometimes you don't need to go out and take every single fight as a roamer to be effective for your team. The clock was their ally, and draining that down in the way Neon did was just the key to success. Forcing a push blind into positions where they just walked in to the gun of that Jaeger and they could not do anything, and again, his team benefit with that round on the scorecard. So, moving upstairs now to the cocktail lounge, will we see another aggressive delay of time by Neon, or will Lightning not strike twice?
Well, they brought a very interesting lineup of operators to deal with their opposition. Of course, switching it up a bit, going to the top floor, as they can't repeat that bottom site. I'm looking around at what kind of setup they might bring. What comes to your mind with it given this team lineup? Because I'm trying to think how all these different operators can work together in this context.
The big thing I'm looking at is Sparkins on this Kaid, and that's going to be a dedication to holding this freezer wall and making sure it's not breached. Many teams in the current climate have been, bringing a shield and opening up this panel to try and act as denial of piano and make it very difficult for control. But this time Manic have opted just to blanket up these walls, throw an electrical on it, and delay time. No Thatchers on the board. You got to remember that. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to work around and get these electricals off. It might force people to go down below, and that's going to be the job of IQ. So that's a very important role now. But will they spot this out and figure that strategy out? By the time they're making the effective strategy, the sentry goes out, we'll be able to spot some gadgets, not quite the electricals yet, but with long time to wait until the play comes into that. There's the wall by Red electrified as well, so it's going to make it even harder to get some progress. But the Ash, so the first bit of that defense is chipped away, and that's going to be one of the Melusi's utilities removed.
Well, the entry was one of the weaker points from SN Peak in that round. We didn't really get a chance to see any of their execution or the mid-game play. They really struggled on that first hurdle in the first place, so let's see if they can step it up. Doing a lot more effective droning, I imagine, this time out. Neox being the man to check it out as the rest of his team drops on down Red. A very typical west-sided take, moving across the top floor. Subson making a note from underneath. It doesn't look like they're going to sweep around underneath at the moment. We'll see if that comes out later to flush out one or two of these players. But at the moment, they're just being given control of Cigar. You don't see it that uncontested so often. Neon, the man to potentially contest at least White Corridor once the players get to that position. But again, a good amount of time burned for the defenders.
Doing good in terms of time, but the man count's going to get chipped away as Chaps finds himself at the receiving end of the NQ there, and that's the opening frag. Your Maestro off the board. So while Evilizer now locked in position, he still relies on information, but no zaps are available. It takes a little bit more damage. Neon tries to play aggressive in the white hallway. Rizal can come back upstairs and try and get control of his team. He spots his shoulder out, he's going to be baited into a fight here, but he doesn't know how many times he can stumble around if he dares go around that corner. Pogo fires back and Zafir removed. But Sebson now control of bathroom. He can use this as a staging ground to get control of White, and he's just going to do that exactly. He has a player on the White stairs. He does, but doesn't matter. He's going to remove the head off Melusi. A trade happens there. Sparkin's going to get one. The IQ now removed, so they won't be able to spot out any more utility, but they have a way on the site for this default plant. This could be the weakness of the strategy by Manic. Rise will get one. Neon gets another one, so now it's all down to the solitary ace. Is going to get taken out of play. Round 2 in for Manic, and yet again, they're looking strong here in their defense in terms of how they're able to whittle away the time and hold their line when these last-ditch executions are playing out.
Well, it's a 50-50 between wasting time and the opposite team wasting their own time that they have, being very, very slow. I'm surprised by SN Peak of course, having seen X Fallacy in the past, I've remarked often about how incisive some of their attacking is often, and it's very strange to see them here on Cafe. As I mean, this is a map they haven't played in this league season so far, and I was thinking, given the record from qualifiers and also Team Manic struggling here against Last Resort, that almost seems like a Last Resort fluke at this point, because Manic currently very much on top. It's very one-sided at the moment, which is not what I expected at all.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you touched on it a little bit at the start of the previous round, but SMP's entry has been where the weak link is right now. The opening round, where the drones weren't adequate enough to spot out Neon on the roam and the Mozzie inside this freezer section, spelled disaster because he was able to burn the tank. There, the entries, they were a little bit lethargic, slow to get initial control, or slow to push off what they had gathered and make a play or make any decisive calls of what to execute or how to clear. Because it came down to such a last-ditch moment, that to me is ringing that there's a little bit of uncoordination or miscommunication happening. So, you know, 2. Now starting in the round number 3, as hopefully some of the cobwebs have been shaken off and they can get a little bit of momentum rolling, as we're going to go down to a reading room defense. So control of this top floor is pivotal to get a successful round, and they're going to have to take it reasonably aggressive, because if you waste too much time and the defenders can fall back, it can be an absolute death sentence.
Yeah, this is the site where you want to make sure that you do exactly what you haven't done so far, SN Peak, and they brought a Nomad along, which I think is the perfect operator for this, because you can afford to clear ground, well, as much as you can quickly, and then lock it off. Make sure it is nice and secure, not worry about it as much. Of course, there are falls to that. You can be a bit of a victim of putting a jab down and forgetting about it, but in theory, a lot of the time, it is a good idea. And 2 of those jabs are already down. Not sure in exactly what positions, but they should be helpful for the attackers, as quite a few players on the top floor already moving down, Neon being the one to take a bit of damage and already giving up that upper fight.
I believe one of these air jabs has been placed on the red stairs to stop anyone trying to push up and take control once the offensive SMP can break through the lines and get it. I think Neon found himself just, you know, kind of locked off by that as well as the guns trained on his position. So 3 members now of the offense, 4 members of it upstairs getting control. I believe 1 holding the skylight, and Sebson's going to get aggressive, trying to force his way into freezer. Sledgehammer breaks it through, and a very interesting decision to fall back and kind of give control to the upper floor by Manic here. So C4 tossed out by Chaps. Don't think it's going to hit its market. Well, it doesn't do so. Long range Kobe there. Can't find anything. Oh! Woo! What a shot. Perfect pre-fire by the Kector. Finds the opening frag, and the Ash is now removed. The tip of the spear for SMP is removed. But that's going to be a refrag as Zaisu falls.
Well, it's 2 coming out for SM Peak in return, which is very, very good for them, giving them the strong advantage. 4 versus 3 with a good bit of time in their hands, so it's probably the best looking position we've seen so far in any round from SN Peak. They've still got to do something from here. Even with that man advantage, you've got to use it, and there's still a good amount of utility potentially in the hands of those defenders on the site. You can see it being burned already. There's a Goyo shield on the top floor. Angles now being opened by the Sledge and Co. The Nomad jab's obviously in position to make sure these positions upstairs are safe for the attackers.
Yet again, it's almost like we're broken records. The time and the clock right now is going to be the worst enemy for SM Peak. And well, Chaps! What a shot through the bars! And yet again, the Vector reigns supreme in these engagements. And right now, they are met by an absolute blockade of the Goyo. They cannot displace him. And he's just going to be able to sit in his position and delay time with 10 seconds left. Here comes the dive bomb. They've got to make an aggressive play. And yet again, Chaps is going to hold the line. And...
What happened? Team Manic ended up with the win. I don't know, but that was the turning moment. Of course, the ace not managing to get enough shots. I mean, with the AK-12, you expect a couple of bullets to do the job, but just not hitting enough. And I don't know what the team kill was at the end there, because it was still doable from the 2 versus 2, even with the ace dying there. But NQ with the team kill somehow. That's going to be an interesting one to watch back and see what happened there. But regardless, we find ourselves, despite a much better, much more improved effort from the attackers, they find themselves again behind And we see a repeat of a site for the first time as it opens back up its kitchen service and kitchen cooking, ready for business.
Team Manic are masters of the clock right now. They're burning time and forcing desperate plays from SN Peak, and when you're desperate and you've got to make these rash, aggressive plays to get control and force the win position of the tweezer down, you're going to stumble into a player like Chaps, who just held his ground with that Vector through every engagement, and well, if you're going to give an MVP for that round, it's going to be him just holding the line at all costs, whether it was on the white stairs or in reading room itself. Let no one get control, and took control of that diffuser in the dying breast around to confirming for his team. So massive play on individual level for him, and he's going to be switching onto that Echo this time. So he is that team anchor type role. He's going to be trying to shore up the backlines and make sure this site is impervious to damage.
Well, that kill on the sledge, the vertical kill, was not only fantastic just because it was a fantastic shot, but also taking out the sledge showed that the castle barricade on the door behind him was still intact when the push came in, allowed the player in there that beat out the ace, the security from that position. I'm not sure that that was himself, but anyway, there we go. Another round for Team Manic. SN Peak, now is the time to turn it around. A 4-0 deficit is huge, and if you go 4-0 down, what's stopping you from 5 or 6? And that is the entire game done. Now is the time to turn it around. They can still bring it even at the break now that they get to re-attempt this site. Neon, we've been told that he might be going for some aggressive plays. Of course, he's been doing a pretty decent job so far. Currently going negative, but he's managed to disrupt the opposition well. Not really getting anything for his early efforts, at least.
Well, he might be negative, but I'm pretty certain that I can give him credit for the opening round for Team Manic. And well, speaking of someone who's not going negative, that's going to be an opening kill for our Jaeger. Sebson falls your Maverick off the board. He was that redundancy pick to stop the ace from being the only hard breacher, but doesn't matter. Chaps yet again popping up in your kill feed, finding one in the NQ. As Barkin's going to get his like trade loss. Some early engagements happening, and already the wall inside of Bakery's cracked open by that ace. Fight through a small position inside of Wedding, but can't find any line of sight. The AK-12 can sing a sweet song of death, but can't line anything up just yet. As Poe goes back inside of Kochek, and now he can just sit and hold this cross angle on prep, and the rest of his team, I'm assuming Chap's going to be able to hold that breach into Bakery.
I can't wait to hear Whippet's orchestra of instruments. It's rapidly building. Like, the Alder is singing the vocals, and then you got like the ace. It's going to be absolutely marvellous to hear whoever puts that together. We've got something marvellous to see, hopefully, from SM Peak, because they've got to make this move happen. At the moment, they've looked unremarkable in most aspects. They still haven't cleared out the verticals onto this site, so even if they get in, they try and go for those plant spots. They should be able to be taken out from above. Surely they must know that there is some sort of presence up there, ideally looking to bypass it, or maybe spray up at the Jaeger. They did spray up on the Jaeger. There we go. Ash getting the better of him. And another kill for the attackers means they can move right on in. Of course, the Echo's still in play. If they haven't dealt with both yokais, could be a serious issue from here. He is very close, going for the impacts to try and delay this plant, but he's taken out.
Now we're in his post plant, but that doesn't mean Pogo's going to give up hope all yet. He's got a UMP with a 1.5x, finds it down to the Ash, but that DBNO status won't last long as the revive occurs, and now he's got three defenders or attackers left to find, and only 25 seconds to work with. It is looking like an insurmountable task, certainly, and I think he's even accepting of that with a shake of the head. He knows he's got a lot of work to do, and not lots of time to do it. Well, not any HP to do it, as he's going to be shut down, and that's SMP taking their very first round here on Cafe. Better late than never, but it's going to stop the momentum of Team Manic, and that's going to be a good thing for team morale.
Yep. Even if they lose the next one, they've got their foot in the door, which can certainly help. It means they won't get stomped, hopefully, from this point. They'll believe in themselves a little bit more to get some more rounds behind them. So Bar and Cocktail, pretty much a direct repeat of the order we saw from before. From the defense, despite the fact they're not going to re-attempt that site, they're going straight up to the one they won with an 100% record so far at the top. Bringing a very different lineup though, not opting for the Melusi or the Maestro at the moment, and switching the Mozzie out for the Ella as well. I was thinking the Echo, in some ways, obviously relatively interchangeable with Maestro. They serve slightly different purposes. The Echo probably a bit smarter here, given what we've seen from the opposition so far on this particular site, I imagine just having a yokai, even with a dead Echo, could be a difference maker.
Yeah, you know, while not able to get cloaked anymore, they're certainly harder to spot than an Evil Eye, so having that sort of relay information is going to be a vital tool. As you said, utility even beyond the grave, which does mean an Evil Eye. So upstairs, and you're going to see all the ADS placements in the typical setup I've imagined yet again. Once again, Sparkins is on this Kaid, so it's going to be a dedication to holding this freezer wall. One thing I want to be interested in is, will they reinforce the two kind of default plant position walls inside of reading that forced away in the cocktail? Because if they do that, or they left them soft previously, you know, it gave a great opportunity and a great way into the objective for SMP. So yeah, they're going to be left soft yet again. So that's going to be, I think, a vocal point of this push is going to be these two walls. They're going to get cracked open reasonably early, and that's going to be where the forefront of this attack from SMP will occur, unless they opt for a brand new strategy, which would be something I'd advise. Have the white stairs presence, because everything's seemingly dedicated towards that red stairs reading piano area.
Well, Manic were not contesting Pixel at all. They kind of just gave Cigar away. And if you're not going to reinforce the default plant wall, obviously almost asking the other team to come in, take the ground, and plant there. Yeah, a little bit of a problem with the diffuser there. But anyway, I'm just interested to see how they decide to contest and hold this, because it's very passive, and if SMP are on their game and they are ready, they're aware of this strategy, they would just move in, swing in those windows, take the ground, just nice and early. And at least they're swinging them on Neon, Tonic getting the first kill with the ARX on those very windows.
I believe
From a run out. Ugh.
You hate to see it, but bravery from Neon to try and, you know, take the round in his own hands and cause some chaos, but I don't think he was fully expecting the air jab to shut him down in the manner it did so.
Who did we see hold Pixel with Clash recently in Contenders?
This is your domain.
Who was that?
I try to block out any Clash memories.
I think, I'm not sure that was ECS actually. Unfortunate, she's great here. She is very
Really
useful
strong.
for the defense. Yeah, a brilliant strategy. Keep it in mind. Look it up, guys. Look it up. Anyway, red stairs, getting the... Yes, just bringing Clash in general. Claymore being placed, of course, with all those jabs already down from Nomad in various other areas. Of course, hard to deny an Oryx if he's jumping up, surprising you at the wrong moment. Of course, it's going to be difficult with the hatch closed to get up there and surprise anyone. At least that particular hatch. Of course, he has the hatch going up through white from the laundry. If he wants to get back onto East Balcony nice and quickly. Again, finding, even with the man disadvantage, a good amount of time wasted and still a reasonable amount of men and utility still on the board for Manic. SMP have to start making this execute happen. Been far too slow. Finally getting some angles open though towards Sparkins at least.
Yeah, Sparkins falling back and just kind of inviting pressure right now, and they know he's in here. The drone spotted them. They have a player on the sky trying to hold, but his existence is just going to delay time and cause a bit of a headache. You know, how do we clear this Kaid? He has a C4. That can be used to deny our plant, and well, Sparkins gets aggressive, and the Ace finds the shots of the AK-12, so that could be the doorway to get in control of the objective. But Sebson finds himself on the wrong end of that Oryx, and Sophia also instantly cleaved out of action, but a flurry of gunfire and SMP by the hands of Tonic close out the round.
What happened there? I was just about to say, oh well, the defenders have turned it back around. Pogo comes around, gets two from behind using the Oryx brilliantly, and then nope, SMP have won. Just had enough, I think they just had enough men remaining for that move that they lost one or two of their flank watching players, spun around, took them out in return. The refrags saw the win, given that they did the early work in getting the man advantage at the start of the round. Losing Neon that early seemed to really be the problem there for Manic, and SMP working their way back into this game. They're only one round behind now, and that earlier round really proving quite crucial, especially if they can bring this back and maybe even get into an advantage from here.
Yeah, this is a massive. I think right now we've seen lots. 5 rounds played out. I think SMP have kind of started to figure out the ebb and flow of what Manic are doing, how they're playing it, and they've really been able to kind of just feel a little bit more comfortable and confident in themselves to get these rounds back. So we're returning back upstairs to the bar. And, well, I actually always like to see Arthur doing this because how effective the Rama charge is at being able to open up these panels in the bar. It can make it very difficult to.
Is he role playing you when the pub's reopened? Just charging at the bar, bashing it all down.
Oh, the last time we got a reopen over here, it was just like that. I'd ram a charge straight to the local. But he's going to be able to crack open these default positions. And now we're seeing a change from Manic. They're going to open up this cross section, and I think they're going to put an evil eye to try and deny it or try and get some extra information. It makes them feel more comfortable inside of Piano without directly engaging them via Pixel, perhaps. So, an interesting change in adaptation from Team Manic. But will it work out?
Of course, you're right though.
I replayed what you said in my head. It just got me again.
Alright, well, it's SMP. They brought out the Kali again. Of course, a very interesting operator with that new. What do you make of that change? Whilst we've got a moment.
I mean, they brought it in the previous round, and I think it was in direct kind of competition with Spark, and they realized that these electric claws were kind of really acting as a roadblock, making this execution difficult and really constricting what they could do. So, no Thatcher, the next best thing is the Kali. I think Seb's just stepping up to the plate. It's a cumbersome weapon to use, but you have that SMG in your back pocket, so I guess that's the tool he's going to be using, but NQ is going to be able to use that rifle to shut down Pogo on the roam, and yet again.
You know that one.
There's so many.
I don't remember.
There's so many.
Yeah.
That have that rifle. In my mind, because I used to play a lot of PUBG, it's the barrel. It's the barrel from PUBG. That's how I see it. But yeah, that's the opening kill. Pogo off the board. So no more rounds.
You and your pubs. Strikes again this round, alongside SMP, who strike that first entry frag. One thing I've noted about Team Manic in their previous matches, of course the stats not fully updated from earlier, but in a lot of the games that I've seen, at least, that haven't been updated, their entry frag stats have been rather poor. Attack and defense, win or lose, they've not been doing that fantastically on them. Again, losing out, this time Pogo instead of Neon.
Yep, that early advantage, I believe. If I believe I'm right, I think in EUL it gave a team a 60% advantage coming into a round if they got the opening pick early, and so Pogo's death might spell disaster here for Team Manic as SMP
directly applicable, given the level of play we've got here.
It's something, okay?
Just joking, I'm joshing.
You've hurt my soul, E-back. All I seek is E-back improving, man.
Just redeem yourself with the last 45 seconds of this round.
Oh, well, this is going to be a very important one, because it's going to be an execution by SMP. They have angles opened up to try to launch themselves in, but they see it, they hear that Alda singing off in the distance, and that's going to be a massive deterrent, but they're going to be able to use that salvage charge to give him less cover, and he's going to be forced out. Both the 300 Winchester of the Kali fire away, but you're also going to use that AK-12 to shut him down. Rizel's going to get aggressive inside a Pixel with the Ashes there to reflag to Sophia, and going to continue the momentum getting two, and just like that, an explosion of blue in the kill feed, and SMP tie us up moving into the second half here on Cafe.
It was the same thing as last time. A flanking player came round, got 2 kills back, and I go, oh, the defense, you know what, they're having their moment, and then refrags from the attack, and suddenly they pull out a victory. Just doing enough early work. The one thing they really, really were struggling with those first 3 rounds, they seem to have learned from their mistakes, and they have brought themselves all the way back to the 3-3, even at the split. Wouldn't really have seen that earlier on, especially. Would not have predicted that outcome. But yet, here we are at the switch. Can they start strongly now on their own defences? Of course, they want to make sure the other team is as probably disappointing as they were themselves on their attack.
Well, every map in Siege is a little bit intrinsically sided towards the defense. They can set up and wait for what the offense brings, so SMP are in a good position to continue their little momentum. They've got a few rounds to go. They've yet to be in the lead in this matchup, so they could change this all at the end of round number 7. So upstairs, and already seeing some changes to what Manic were bringing as these panels are being reinforced. One of them to help make it harder to break through and get that default position opened up. we're going to be chewing through the humidor to give no cover for anyone who's trying to use it. And on the drone hunt's going to be NQ, just looking for any of those pesky or information gathering tools, getting them off the board. Every little counts in a round like this, and I think, judging by this soft wall inside a freezer, they will be placing a shield here, opening up a cross section to make it difficult to get control inside of the field.
It's a very different setup than we saw from Team Manic. Hopefully with a different outcome for SN Peak, of course, winning 2 of their rounds on the top floor attack, losing the one at the beginning. I'll hope it's a lot more successful consistently for them. Of course, we've got a very similar lineup from Team Manic to the one we saw SN Peak settle on. Of course, that Twitch kind of being the swap for the Kali. Although very different in a lot of ways, they can fulfill relatively similar roles.
I think just being a shock drone as a tool instead of a Kali is going to be a little bit more kind of temperamental. It's very difficult to sneak that behind the lines, and if they're relying on that as the core part of the strategy, it's a little bit risky. And a single, pick like a mute, which was Sebson on, can really disrupt that. So I'm sure that's the decision they made, but you don't have to clear anything like an electrical. Just those jammers, which are a little bit easier to track down. So we might have a chance to break through these walls.
Oh, first minute gone, no damage dealt. No particularly aggressive play from any of these defenders. They're playing it relatively safe, which is obviously their strategy. So we'll see if that works out for them, of course. Maybe... We've seen some teams in Contenders be a little bit too passive, surprisingly. As a lot of teams, usually the criticism is that they're a bit too aggro. But sometimes, maybe step it up a bit. At the moment, it's fine. They have forfeited control of Cigar, but it's a reasonable amount of time for that. Of course, with all the angles open, it can still be contested. An aggressive peek round the corner can definitely catch somebody off at the right moment for the defense.
Yeah, Ray just kind of drop back. This is a very slow round, no damage done as of yet, and it looks like they're trying to execute something very efficiently, but the setup that's been brought out by SMP is going to be able to snuff this one out pretty quickly with all the crossfires they have established and utility available to them. Spartan's up in the skylight, perhaps might have a vault down, but Sebson's going to find Pogo, and that's going to be a massive blow. Yet again, the opening death, and that might spell disaster. Sebson's going to tank this concussion and hold his position. His teammates are going to be able to back him up, and there's the crossfires I was mentioning, just completely denying any play as Yoggster finds Chaps, and that's the hard breacher now out of action as the Ash is down below and reading, pounced on by the Malusi. And with 30 seconds left, this round is very much in the side of the defense. That's going to be Sebson getting 2 more! Oh my!
Well, SM Peak, it was a decent setup, and there was no real counter from Manic. They all moved in, spread across the map, and really struggled to get any refrags. I think that was the main difference between the 2 attacks from these teams on that particular site. The lack of refragability. Refragability is a fantastic word, and it's fantastic for SM Peak. 4-3 advantage now, coming from 3-0 behind, 4 in a row, moving down to Kitchen. Suddenly, what I said at the start of them having a great game on Cafe, almost becoming true. I'm not sure what even happened at the start of this game for them, given what we've seen now.
I think it just took them a little bit to warm up to the style of play that Team Manic were bringing, and once they figured that out, once they kind of had an idea of the tempo, the pacing of every round, they were able to kind of find their own rhythm and play their own beat. So it worked out well, and again, we're seeing this 4 rounds in a row from that 3-0 deficit, and they're looking like they have no intention of slowing down already. Yet again, seeing some variation in strategy from what Manic brought. I think we're going to be seeing in the very lateral hold of Cafe. They're going to be extending out towards Koshek, out towards that VIP bottom of Brownstairs region. They're going to be able to lock down this first floor, potentially even throw a roamer upstairs to cause chaos and deny that entry or deny the ease of entry. But this is a very good strategy, very effective at locking down this bottom floor and making these dying breaths of a round difficult for the offense to execute.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, they have a very versatile lineup. Bit of a... No, I was going to say maybe a slightly too late reinforcement, but he's alright on time. You know, sometimes you try and do that reinforcement, you get shot from the spawn because you're too slow. Thankfully, a lot more efficient from SN Peak than my ranked play, and they are much more able to survive, and they're actually able to capitalize upon their positioning at the start of this round. Where was that, outside the dining window? It was indeed an aggressive peak coming back across from White. There's a lot of weaknesses to starting out over in that position, but strengths for the Kaid at the start of this, and he's going 9-3 at the moment, that man.
He's having an absolutely fantastic game, and the big thing is that Nomad's being removed from play, so the safety of flanks is no longer available for Manic.
Is that 3 rounds in a row being
Yeah.
the entry frag?
It do be like that sometimes, but Neon's gonna find himself on the receiving end of some shots as well. That T5 sings supreme, and another body hits the deck. Is this a,
It do.
where did he get that kill from actually? Was this a vertical position he had opened up? Or did he
I
come off the
don't
white?
know, but the Sledge here sneaking very, very close to Neot on the Legion. He may as well be a Vigil because he's a sneaky bastard, and he takes out the Sledge with aplomb. Kai joining in on the action, getting another kill, and it's only Chaps remaining. He strikes back onto NQ, but he's got 4 more men to beat. He needs to do a 1 versus 5 from this position. I apologize for my profanity.
Well, in a moment like that, in the flurry of the heat of the moment, I'm sure we can all forgive you. But, chaps, as you were saying, left now to do a 1v5, finds 1, so 4 more to go. Not a lot of time to work with, but has only now 1 remaining smoke to help cover his movement. Diffuser in the back pocket, but, well, rebutted by a toxic canister of the defense, brought out by Sebson, and now breaking through this line is going to be insurmountable, at the very least. As, well, Nilux might be able to have more fun playing by the base of these red stairs and getting rid of his own barbed wire to help master his own movement. He's forced the player out with a shoulder peek and baits some shots with the AK-12, trying to do some more, and this is just burning time, causing a headache for Chaps, giving him more problems to solve and less time to do so. And Yoxer, he started us off with the kill on the Pogo, and he closes us out with 1 on the Chaps. Oh, through the drone
Lovely
hole.
triple
Oh, no.
for the man that round. Finished off in style. Cheap as Chaps, that kill.
I've never heard that before.
The cheapest chips.
Oh, you said chat. Okay, cheapest chips.
Yeah, because that was the wordplay, man.
Listen.
No?
Me do word no good.
Not heard of it? Okay, fair
me
enough.
do word no good, bro. Oh.
Dear me, and dear me for Manic as well. They will be just as disappointed as me. 5-3 from a 3-0 position on Cafe. Of course, they managed to get more rounds than they did last time they were on Cafe, but that was only 2. And losing 7-2 there was less than ideal. Interesting, the switch from Sparkins here, opting off that Twitch, which wasn't really that successful. I didn't notice any particular use of Twitch that necessarily would have worked in... Oh, sorry, I thought I disconnected for a moment there. I'm still here. Much to the detriment of the stream, but Buck should be great for Team Manic.
I mean, Buck is always a nice kind of blanket operator, gives some good versatility. Now, they're not opting to bring the can opener. Alright, it's almost like a caveat. Or the trampoline if you're so inclined to pronounce it that way.
I actually agree with you for once, which is a real shame.
That's a rarity. Oh my. We found common ground, it's the can opener.
Hey.
We shall now go to war against Tudor and his Legion.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
You good with that?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. I'll meet you in a DM later tonight.
Okay.
Oh no.
I mean, wrong it's like, so
Yep.
you got to put an apostrophe in there. So, like, you're wrong for 2 reasons.
Yep.
You're wrong. That was a Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets reference. That's absurdly specific.
That is.
That nobody knows.
Sorry. Where in Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets does that happen? Because that is.
It's in like scene 42. Line 3. Okay. Anyway. Moving on, we've got a game on our hands. We certainly do, because we are 1 away from match point with it. From this point, who'd have seen it earlier in this match? It has turned around remarkably. It's kind of done an opposite with like the casting ability in this match.
it's already gone a bit of a flip side. You know, I didn't expect one team to be able to run away with it. I thought it would stay closely, you know, well compacted, probably a round or two difference. But you know, SMP they've really found their mojo here, and they've 5 rounds in a row, and Team Manic haven't had an answer or a rebuttal for them yet. So will this reading defense be able to provide them that answer? But this reading offense be able to provide them an answer?
Well, they have some great operators on the board. That hasn't seen so much success for Manic. I've seen an interesting kind of mix of utility, whether it's used or not. Of course, Neon won't be able to use his. It's either him or Pogo at the moment. We were talking about lack of entries. Oh, no! NQ actually exiting the corridor through a wall there after going into an air jab from Pogo, putting another one down just then. Man disadvantage for the attackers, and they're within the last minute now of the attack. Barely any good control taken. They still haven't taken the east balcony either on the top floor. They've got a lot to do from this position, and the Buck starts things off.
And Pogo's going to be able to continue that momentum. The Sebson's next to go, so you're going to be losing both your Goyo and your Mute, and make that your Valkyrie as well, as Sparkins continues his rampage upstairs with 30 seconds to go and only 2 defenders left to hold the line. SMP have a surmountable task ahead of them, but can Tonic do the job? He has the all in hand, so he has 80 rounds of destruction at his disposal, and here's Skeleton Key trying to pick the lock of his roof. He's going to hold fast in his position. The Nomad on this doorway, though, could spell disaster with the time ticking down. They have to make a move for this execution. They don't check!
No!
Oh, no, Tonic!
You morons! They don't check the close angle, and they've got to refrag this Maestro before it's too late. They're going to stick the plant, but he's right around the corner. It should be a simple enough move and shoot. It is! Tonic seals the round for SNP. Can they move to match point? What on earth was that misplay from Manic? The support was not there on the Buck at the end. All lost. The older I was about to make the joke that it's humming, it's warming up, it's ready to. What did it do, Whippet?
It sang.
It sung. It sung, sang, sing.
Word.
Yes.
Yes.
All of the above. It did all of them.
It did. I cannot believe they did not check that corner. It is... That is your meat and potatoes. You have to check that corner. There will be someone there holding, because you're covered from the vertical plate, covered from the rotating side of Laundry. And no, the time, the red flashing symbol on the top of the screen indicating only 10 seconds left to go. Well, they saw red and they decided to charge on in to their ultimate demise.
It's just, we've seen already defenders and key battles happening in that exact position already in this match. And the fact that you can I don't know what that is. Just a misplay in droning, or whoever was there before, just, I guess, saying that it was relatively clear, maybe they didn't know. Whatever it was, a huge misplay from Team Manic, giving away their fight. They were there, they were ready to take the round. Of course, losing 5 in a row, then getting 1 just to bring it 1 away from even, they're back in the game. That is it. You are right back in it. But now they've thrown away 3 points potential. Now they can only get 1, and that's if they win 3 in a row.
That is a mighty big task. Not only are they on the offensive side, just by default of the way Siege works, a little bit disadvantaged, but SMP have found their momentum. They are really on a roll right now, and it's always difficult to break a team down when they have this momentum, as Siege is one of these super momentum-based FPS games, and, well, Team Manic have a task ahead of them. So, can Neon try and early break the lines? He's repelling on this white window. His drone's caught out by a mute jammer, so loss of utility there. He spots it out, at least concussions tossed to get the information. Okay, now we know there's a player in the bathroom, but the impact caught by an ADS, and he sits here much longer. He can burn a lot more utility. And there he goes. That's all of Sophia's impacts and concussions now no longer in play. So, an interesting choice. And that player in bathroom, well, he can just sit and rejoice. He's burnt some utility away, and that Sophia's not much of a threat anymore. Apart from the gun.
Of course. Neon, I mean, he's not been much of a threat so far in this match. Of course, we were talking about that great start he had in delaying the opposition, but since then a handful of kills, but a lot of entry deaths. Him and Pogo taking the majority of them. They're going to have to be the ones to get that entry. And so far, when they have had the entry, they've looked far, far better in these rounds. But it is very rarely the case. And, I mean, EUL probably right. There we go, Pogo, the man usually to fall, takes down the key man, the 11-5 on the smoke. It's Jogeyser.
Oh, and he taps away and gets Manic, well, the hero of the hour for our previous round. So a great start for Pogo, as you said, has been on the receiving end of the opening death several times here on Cafe. And he's going to be starting us off right. As Sebson inside a bathroom, here's Selma's going off, but sits tight, holding his line. He doesn't have the shotgun, so it's going to be a little bit trickier to take this engagement. He's going to be pressed to have to land his headshots, as NQ is going to find himself receiving some damage trying to battle away. He's got all these open positions where at the bars, so he can try and duel through them, but the skylight's going to light him up to only a fraction of HP, a single shot, and he's going to be leaving this battlefield, and that's going to be the shots landed all the way from Piano. And that's going to be Sparkins getting the kill, but can't find another one as the mutant at a bathroom of Sebson shuts him down. A flurry of marks coming up by all the cameras, but now the man inside of the bathroom, Sebson the mute, the last man standing. Can he close this out for his team and continue the momentum? Or can Manic finally break it? Yes, they can!
Pogo! Man, like a Pogo, he'll be jumping up and down for joy, bringing his team one round closer. And not just for winning the round and doing a great job within it, he got, oh, not as well as that on the list of things that I'm not specifically talking about here, he also got a triple. But other than that, he stepped up. He got those entries, and he wasn't the entry loss, and it made the difference. I think your EUL stat was perfectly right. For once, you were not wrong. You're not wrong!
Finally!
Father always said Dumbledore was the worst thing that ever happened to this school. You're wrong!
I'm finding this reference. I'm gonna find the exact scene.
You think there's someone here who's worse than Dumbledore? Harry Potter? That's what I was referencing.
I didn't imagine at the start of my day. Not only was I not even initially planned to be with Ebak on this broadcast, but I didn't think I'd be getting part of Harry Potter references. I haven't heard Harry Potter even mentioned in years. Everyone who casts needs to get at least one with Ebak every few months. It's a blessing for the soul.
Dear me. Well, you'll be regretting it soon because we've got another whole map of this.
Yeah,
of
and
course,
it's Oregon.
It'll be Oregon, so heaven for Whippet, I think. That particular situation. It's a pretty good place right now, currently in limbo in the middle of this match. 6-4 for SNP. They just need that one round to take all three, but only 2 away from Manic bringing it back themselves. It is very tense here. I think at the moment it's a tale of entries.
Oh, certainly so. I mean, the team that's been able to get the opening frag has had such a benefit, such an advantage in those last gasp pushes in the objective, and seemingly every single push, whether it was SMP or Manic, has been kind of towards the dying breaths of a round. So both teams, at least initially, are doing a good job of delaying the push in time, but when you get that man advantage and just play for refrags, it's going to be paying dividends in those final executions.
Well, the first minute or so of play will be clearing that top floor, most likely for these attackers, hopefully doing it more effectively than we've seen a lot of teams do so far. Very slow play in clearing the top, and relatively poor in general. I've seen very few attackers actually getting control of the second floor, at least with time in their hands, and that's going to be bucked somewhat. The Legion falling from above. Sparkins, with the strong verticality of the buck, takes control of that entire floor, as he'll soon be figuring out as his team spreads across. Pogo already getting all his jabs down to secure these flanks. Now angles can be opened, and this is looking fantastic. A lot better from Team Manic early on.
And Yorkshire finding himself very low yet again on a single point of HP, so this Kaid can't do a whole lot. So he's going to try and move out and try to hold a a sneakier position to lie in wait for someone perhaps and plan an ambush, but this is a lot of control as you were mentioning for Team Manic. Verticality can now come out by Spartans on the buck, and as he opens this up, it's going to make it, it's going to constrict the movement of everyone on side of site, forcing it easier to read default positions, and that's going to make this execution a little bit easier. They can pick them off one by one because it's easier to read where they are, and SMP will have their backs against a wall as this round continues the way it is.
Well, here comes Neon on the Zofia, still with all the utility, unlike the last time. You can still do a lot with that. Potentially flush this player out of code check. Currently flushed though is the smoke. Oh wait, no, Neon does get that shot as well. So effectively a 5 versus 2, which could be huge for Team Manic. It now is a 5 versus 2 with the smoke still down. Having been finished off now, it's only that Kaid, the man we've been praising so far a lot of this game. He's stuck over in Bakery all by his lonesome. 1v5 or 1 round in it between the two teams. This is incredibly tense here. It's all down to the man with very little HP. Now brought down to nothing. A flawless from Team Manic. How have they turned this around after the round being turned on them?
This is a absolute back and forth matchup, and it's going to take all 12 rounds to get it decided. Can Team Manic get themselves a draw, or will SMP be able to close out map 1 here on Cafe? They came back from 3 rounds down to win 6 in a row, and Manic now battling back. 2 rounds to the good for them, 1 away from getting this sealed up. I wasn't expecting this to be a drama-filled match like this, but we certainly got one on our hands. Our final sight for this match will be Bar and Cocktail, and I'm very excited to see, can SMP close it, or will Manic be able to claw their way back to a draw?
This is an interesting sight. At the moment, the attack has generally looked stronger on this site so far in this match for either team, and Manic have already won this out before. At the moment, things are, with Manic getting, this is so strange. From the earlier situation, I was thinking it was all against SN Peak and there was very little they could do. Suddenly they turn it around. Then it's back to Manic with a 6-3 disadvantage, and they've turned it around, brought it all the way back. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to turn it around. I can't. I want to predict something, but I can't with it. I can't.
I mean, I would be staying way clear of a prediction in this one. These teams have been, they've had their moments of absolute dominance. Manic for the opening 3 rounds, and 6 in a row for SMP, and Manic firing back then. These teams have it in them to draw blood from each other, and now everything they know about their opposition coming into this final round is going to matter. Who enters where, who holds what position, how they do it, everything they've gathered, every bit they have for Cafe needs to come out, because this is a very important matchup. Again, these teams are vying for points to keep their place in contenders, so every single point will matter. This is going to be an absolute brawl to see who's going to be able to escape with either the map with victory for SMP or a draw for Manic.
I think the kills is actually quite an interesting thing. The spread of kills across the teams is slightly more imbalanced for SM Peak, whereas it's a bit more spread out across the team for Manic, which I think shows that you take out 1 or 2 of those key players for SM Peak, and they might have a bit more of an issue. Whereas if they can stay alive and impact throughout the round, that can tend to make the difference. So I think, again, that's been a big signal of these entries, and it's going to be more important now than ever, with the first minute already ticked on by, what they can do from here. It's all in Team Manic's hands to make this aggression happen. They've got to take the ground, get in there, take out these men. Of course, multiple players with a bit of a different setup than what we've seen from either of these teams so far on these defenses.
If I was in the shoes of SM Peak, I would be playing very passively to try and wait for the pressure, but I speak too soon, as that's going to be an aggressive play by Niox, and well, shut down on the run out by Neon, the man who won his team the opening round, so could dispel disaster for SM Peak. Can Neon strike again? He's going to toss out concussion to try and give himself an opportunity to swing on in, but time draining away, so they have to make a move soon. I think SM Peak now going to opt to fall back, as Yoggster's going to get taken out by Pogo, but down falls Neon the Sophia. So can NQ hold his ground, hold the line inside of Piano, and be a pesky thorn in the side of Manic. With 55 seconds left to go, they have to clear him out and make a move on the objective reasonably soon. And that's going to be on the task of Pogo to do so. He lit up and taken so much
Drone hole.
damage. Was that a drone hole? Oh no.
He might have caught him through the drone hole, but now the Nomad is aggressing round to this Jaeger on that tiny boot position, and she wins the fight! Pogo stepping up when needed for his team, bringing them all the way back, and now with a 4-2 advantage, the Maestro Tonic, his position given away. Ash of Razor taking that position. It's only Sebson remaining.
1v4 nonetheless. C4 tossed out, no damage done to Razor, and the information being relayed live is going to be able to find one to spark in, but Razor's too quick on the draw. Team Manic claw their way back to a draw here on Cafe.
Woo! Now that was a bit crazy.
That was
A little bit mad
wasn't
in
expecting
general.
it.
You were expecting it?
I was not expecting it. I was not expecting. I wasn't expecting that roller coaster. Back and forth, two sprees of dominance from both teams, and well, I think a draw is actually a pretty well deserving result for these teams.
Well, I was saying before that this is going to be a tight game, and that would be the chance for SM Peak to probably get a few rounds on the board. They certainly had their flurry of rounds that made it look like they were about to win, but they didn't see it through to the end, and that skill that we can see from both teams across the season, now it's just very balanced, which is what it looks like in the table. It's what it looks like everywhere in the stats. They are just two very balanced teams. It's going to be really difficult to split these two, especially as we move to Oregon, which, incidentally, is the map that they have both already won so far this season against pretty decent opposition as well. I believe Team Manic won it out against the Last Resort, which is quite an impressive one. And then also Aqualix was where SN Peak got their win on Oregon. So both quite convincing victories as well. This is going to be quite a battle, and you know how Oregon works. It always goes to the wire. It always goes rather far in the game, and I don't think we're going to see an exception here.
Yeah, I think these teams are going to push each other all the way down. I think we're going to expect another 12-round slugfest between these teams. I think we might see spells of dominance, particularly on the defense side. I believe SM Peak are starting on the defense, so we might see them have that early dominance. But Oregon is kind of swinging a little bit, kind of more equal in recent memory, because the offense have really cracked how to break down these objectives. There's multiple ways now, and teams are really finding their rhythm, especially on cracking the upstairs holes. So again, teams have to watch out for that one. And as we're saying, this is going to go all 12 rounds. This is going to be down to the wire, at least in my eyes. I predict it.
Well, that's what's in Whippet's eyes. What's in my eyes is a break suddenly coming to us. My prophecy, is that right? Will that be true? Maybe we'll see it just fade across the screen any second now. I feel like it's imminent.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let's peel the onion and cry. Hey, Whippet.
What? Okay, for giving you like 3 seconds to think of something to say before we went live, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I was intentionally being terrible, given the fact that you just dunked on me.
Yeah. I give you
It's
3
your
seconds
job
to
with
prepare.
it.
Listen,
your
you're
job.
too creative to not let you have
Oh
the intros. But
But
tell you what, we have some community predictions back. Oh, it's the same scores that we saw earlier, but just remember that stuff like popularity on Twitter and org presence does make a difference in these, and we've seen SMP really be dominant, so perhaps that 31% of community predictions is inaccurate, but we are ready to hop into our second map of the evening, and it's going to be, unfortunately for me, fortunately for these teams, Oregon and SMP on the opening ban.
I'm really interested to see how these two teams perform, as we've seen it come out a lot. Well, not too much from these teams, a lot from other teams, and the particular results line up well because they both have an 100% win record, and that is going to change. Of course, they could both still not lose it. It could be a double draw here today. It could go all the way. And oh yes, whilst the bans are going on, they're rather predictable. Maverick and Ace so far. We will actually be bringing you the next game today. We got confirmation. Whippet and I will be staying on because Two Doors has been a lovely gentleman who's going to help out and make sure that we can actually bring MKERS versus The Last Resort to you next up. So that's going to be good, isn't it?
I'm actually looking forward to this one a lot. This is just that I've already kind of got it rolling in my head, and I've got a sneak preview. I know what the maps are for it, so it's going to be an exciting one. We can't leak them just quite yet, but I'm telling you this. We aren't.
It's Oregon and Oregon.
It's double Oregon. It's our special limited time event on Mondays. It's Oregon Monday. Is it even a Is it even a Monday?
Yeah.
Okay, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it bad that I don't know what day of the week it is?
It's bad that I don't know because like I went back to work today and I don't even remember. It's so pushed out of my head because of that fantastic game of Cafe we saw where these two teams really fought it out and brought it back somehow to a 6-all. But I'd say in the end they both showed enough that they probably deserved it just about. I don't think any team really was consistent enough to deserve the win at the same time. It goes multiple ways. That Tachanka's not in yet, is he? No, he's not. I don't know if I'd missed that, and he suddenly is. But, it's not too long, though, I imagine, before we start seeing him and Arunian play, which is going to be really interesting.
That is true, actually. I think because of the unfortunate delays to SI and stuff like that, will we have the panel and like the new reveal of the esport program, the new year
Sure.
of esports?
They wouldn't delay the base game based on just like esports, so I think it will just continue as normal. But
we are about to start the new kind of like full 12-month season for R6 esports, which will actually be. That's going to be when we're going to see at least Tachanka come into play. I think
it'll be Operation Grim Sky 2 with Clash 2.
Is it just another clash so you can play with two clashes?
yeah. They because it's only one operator. Of course, they wouldn't do like a different version of Mav. No, you just make two clashes.
I can just imagine how painful that would actually be, especially on a map like Oregon. You know, you're trying to push up, like you're trying to get control of Master Bout Clash, you're trying to get control of that Clash. That's I'm gonna get nightmares for weeks now thinking about that one.
It's awesome. Well, here we are. Hopefully, SN Peak will provide a nightmare for their opposition. Trying to enter Oregon here. They'll be trying to get into kids' dorms to start things off. God, that is weird to say. I hate that. Who was it who pointed that out? Intero. Damn you, Intero.
Curse you, Parker.
They're gonna try and enter kids. Yeah, just,
oh God.
They want to get control of kids. No, it's not fantastic to say, but that is the aim. I mean, 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, a minute's been burned almost already. And some ground already taken. Not much contention over by Master Bedroom. And the breach already taking place. No denial whatsoever. And it is wide open. Half of NQ and half of Chap's damage done. The kill not confirmed onto either. Malusi's going to go aggressive through the stun, but she's blind and dead. A really bad situation for her, and NQ backs off round the corner by, what do you call that spot? Basket?
Yeah, we can call that, but that's the new official call-out. Basket, right there.
Oh, I swear that's what Kenny told me it was called.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah, I'd trust Kenny. I wouldn't trust my brain to come up with a call. That's yeah, we'll trust Kenny's one.
It'll be Clash Spot. Number 1.
Every spot's the Clash spot.
Every spot is Clash Spot.
Every spot on the map just gets a new number assigned by evac.
Pogo got a kill with it.
He did, and well, so did Sparkins. He's going to find Tonic and spell him out. And it's going to be Sebson next to fall, and just like that, the entire defense has fallen. The last man standing is going to be the Wamai, and well, he's going to get caught out, interrupted by Sparkins, and just like that, Manic on the offense, yet again, finding themselves on an early start, an early advantage on round number 1 for Manic, and I wonder, will this be a repeat of what we saw in Cafe? Will they go on a little bit of a dominant spree, and will SN Peak fire back? But a great start, especially considering that historically and by default, the defense is a little bit. The game's a little bit weighted towards the defense, especially on Oregon. So a good start there. But Dorms, I'm gonna not say it. You've got me rattled now. Why did you have to bring up that Parker tweet? But whenever in Dorms, it's just an easier site to break down now. Teams have begun to find their rhythm, find an easy way to break it down, and you're seeing the win percentage of the defense kind of slide more equal to a 50-50 split with the offense in recent time. Laundry, though, our next side, though, remains defender favored. Difficult to break down, sometimes can require a moment of brilliance from an individual to really crack a defense, especially with the bunkered up style and you're attacking via blue and stage stairs.
Well, it's nice to see the Wamai and Thatcher available for once on Oregon. Wamai a bit more common, but the Thatcher being in play will be interesting, especially as well. Of course, on Cafe we didn't see too much prioritization of breach denial at all, and very low focus here as well. Given the fact there isn't really any, there might be some manual delay. I imagine. If the smoke of Sebson is going to be holding elbow, which I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. You can see a kind of fake mirror setup on the wall inside of electrical as well, with the lack of mirror being banned out as well.
Yeah, this is just, I think, a pretty standard hold for downstairs. You know, the smoke is something that I've seen a few teams, especially in Benelux regions. I've seen teams not run a smoke, and it's very interesting to look at the way teams attack that. Without a smoke and elbows, you don't have a clear way of covering a retreat. You rely on a more aggressive play style. But the smoke's out today, and Sebson's going to be holding that with those toxic plants to shore up any retreats so we can get that reinforcement down late. Some early damage done. That's where Maya Vyogster, he was the last one standing in the previous round, and already a little bit closer to the grave in this. So not a great start for him, but the roamer just missed out by Pogo there. I wonder if the audio QB the drone, though, is going to give NQ away as he comes down the white stairs, trying to get a rotate over, and well, there falls Youngster. The first to fall in this round is Pogo. Picks up the kill.
Yeah, Pogo really turning it around on those entries. A really weak start to Cafe in general for him, but he's stepped it up and no signs of slowing down. Currently 2-0 halfway through the second round. Getting the advantage of those entries, proving key for Manic, because currently the get the entry frag, you win, is actually working a lot for them. The Maestro making sure that that is not the case. He's trying to shut them down. He takes down Ash to start off his hopeful killing spree that he'll be hoping for. Sparkins seems somewhat aware of NQ's position. Maybe not exactly where. No, he didn't expect him to be that much higher on the angle, maybe thinking he was in the double door in the corridor, but he falls for it. A fatal mistake for the Hibana. It's going to be that much harder potentially to get breach open. Of course, they still have the Thermite, who will be getting to work on the wall any moment now, as bunker control has been taken by those attackers, but they're losing even more men. They've lost all their men bar one. It's Chaps on that Thermite. He strikes back onto NQ.
NQ, a massive play from him there, being able to completely rip apart Team Manic's offense and leaving Chaps the lone survivor to the Thermite. Well, yeah, you can ask your support player to plant, but can you ask them to clutch? 3 to find. Tonic is low HP, so a single shot will be enough to fell him, but we see up there the Malusi upstairs. Doesn't matter about the vertical angles of Sebson. Finds him with the SMG-11. Fantastic spray down. That's all she wrote for our second round. The defense of SN Peak hold their ground.
Chap's been a bit hard done by that. I must praise him in general because he used to have an X in his name in place of that A, and we were never sure what to call, like Chups, Chips, Chops, Chaps, who knows? And he's helped all of the casters by actually changing the X in his name. So, round of applause to you, Chaps. Great job. We appreciate you.
There's nothing more anxiety filling when like you see the lobby and like oh no, they all have X's in their name, right?
Yeah. I'm looking at you, Royale, whatever your name was. I don't remember I don't even know if that was in this league, but I don't like him.
That's that's burned into your mind now. It's like he had too many X's in his name.
Yeah.
It's scary, you know. You're like, I guess if you got more than one X in your name, and it's not very easy, you're just becoming that operator that you're playing that round for the
We
rest.
had a casters council meeting about Royale and his name. No, not good.
I don't think this was this league then.
No.
Unless I'm not getting invited
Probably
to the
not.
cool kid council party.
Yeah, you're not on the official casters council, unfortunately.
Makes sense, to be honest. Makes sense.
Yeah.
My goofy brain would be a bit destructive in there.
1-1 is the score. Back even, aren't we? We say that again. These teams really finding it difficult to split. Of course, they're splitting from each other on the last map, but always coming back. And that was a quick one. On to
That was.
has the game stopped? No, the players have just stopped. I think that might have been an illegal peak. Apparently, Pogo's claiming 3 seconds. Don't at me, Sparkins.
No, Sparkins. We're not.
I don't know. Yeah, they're just gonna carry on anyway. Not too happy about that. We'll see. Well, I guess we'll wait and see what goes on with that later. Likely nothing for now. I'm not sure what the official protocol is. We'll keep moving. So a man advantage at least, with an aggressive peak from the Malusi, getting her first on the board. That's all of the players. For
He was just tucking you in, Pogo. He know like listen. You've died early. All right. He's just making sure you're comfortable. Tucking you in. Just,
I love the 1 minute delayed good night.
I mean, serious voice. Yeah, we don't endorse this in any way, shape, or form. I think I covered our backs there. I think we're safe from corporate.
I mean, I don't think we're very safe given what we've casted so far this match. And we have already said, like, enter kids and get control of kids already on this map.
That was you. That was you. Don't try and don't tar me with that brush.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best to not. I try to just go dorms. I go.
Okay, well that's where we are at least, and very little ground taken so far by Manic. They managed to get the breach open towards Attic. Of course, with that man disadvantage, it can be a lot harder to get rid of some of these gadgets. They can't rely on those EMPs to at least disable them for 30 seconds. They're being disabled themselves. Neon taken out, losing his head to Your Geyser. I'm just settling on Your Geyser.
Yeah, that works. That does work. As Chaps the next to go, as NQ is going to be able to shut him down. Then, while Manic will be reduced to 2 members now, and this is not a great start for our place to try and launch a counter attack. As we hear those toxic counters tossed out, but Sparkins on the left finds one and shuts down the Malusi. More shots as Yogsizer is going. I fumbled it. We just discussed the name and I fumbled it.
I know it's unfortunate. I mean, he's playing the Jaeger. Oh dearie me. We're having a great time right now, and so are Team Manic. They got 15 seconds left in the in the sense that they're not. Because I mean, they might be. They suddenly turn it around with an amazing shot, amazing flick shot. Oh, but the Maestro of Tonic ruining the party. All hope given up by us, at least. The Ash turning it around for a moment, bringing an amazing, just like single bullet shot blind through the smoke canister. That was an amazing individual shot, but the damage was pretty much done that round early on. I think they didn't recover. I think too busy potentially protesting about that initial that initial man loss and the fact that it might have been somewhat illegal. They had that whole question mark in their mind, so they just decided to stand around for a bit, and it threw them off their game, I think.
Yeah, I think
Brief pause. Oh,
brief
I've got
pause.
my,
This is it's
jumper
like
back on.
VAR in football now. We're waiting.
Oh yeah, I mean, you say that, I literally have to struggle to put my blazer back on over my shirt because it's not very professional to have a football shirt on.
Oh, what is which shirt is it? Come on.
I'm not. I put my blazer on backwards now, so I look like
How do you
I
put
look.
blazer on?
I look. I look like a weird fashion model. Obviously, not the most attractive one, but got a weird kind of. That's a very strange. What do I look like? I look like David Bowie. Or like someone doing a bad impression of David Bowie.
It makes it better because the stream can't see you right now.
I assumed we might be coming back to caster cams because we usually do.
Oh well, here we go.
We're on. Okay, off comes the blazer then. All right.
Yeah, so we got confirmation. The spawn peak was in fact illegal, and we don't have to worry about preparing ourselves to go back on camera. It's always terrifying when you're like, oh, to pause, I have to somehow get ready to go on camera again. Yeah. But that's going to be SMP now. 2 rounds for them. Team Manic still, not out of it yet. Only 1 round away. Round 4 here on Oregon. We're going to be going to our tertiary site, and it's going to be kitchen and meeting. So I like this site for the variation of not going towards dining, as well as the integration of the amount of vertical play that you can bring. So I wonder if SMP will take full avail and advantage of how much verticality this site can provide a team.
I'm interested to see how SNP hold this one, because the defenses across from these two teams have been relatively passive in general. I don't think Oregon's a map. Potentially not on the bottom floor. You do want to contest a lot, and here, of all places, meeting, especially as this variation of the kitchen site, is probably the site where you have to contest the most area of the map. So that's going to be really interesting for SN Peak and how they've been defending so far. They might have to adjust their style of play a little bit, or run a slightly different strategy to what we've seen, which could work in their benefit, also could work for Team Manic. It isn't, though, with the early damage being taken by the Ash. Where was that from? I can see there was a peak from West Tower.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think as he swings...
Where was Ash?
Ash is on the swing on the top of T3, and as you swing, the capture model gets visible and damageable. So
you see, I don't understand the lofty heights of T3.
none of
I'm
us
stuck down here.
None of us will ever. None of us have the majesty of Jerry yet, you know.
Yet to taste the sweet nectar of that level of play. But anyway, this game is plenty exciting enough. A minute burned. Only a little bit of damage taken by Team Manic and very little ground, but they are getting that breach down onto the attic, if I am correct. Yes, Chaps contesting across. He's opened the hole, but his teammate's been shot through it. NQ getting aggressive. He drops the hatch and goes for another one. And he's dropped another hatch straight after that. Well, we've seen this move happen from a lot of players. It should not catch anyone off at this point, but it looks like it might. Sparkins, he flicks and turns at just the right time. It looks like he wasn't aware, but he's been taken out from the other side at the same time, peeking around, getting the refrag. It's Tonic giving the man advantage back to those defenders.
The verticality play by SMP here is causing some problems. They haven't cleared out Attic, and that's going to be a massive detriment to this offense for Manic. They have to do it, and it's going to be a tricky task to do. So we saw also that Tonic down there with the Maestro can just lock down that site, and that is well. Just like that, Chaps loses his head with a fantastic spray from the SMG-11, and Razor now trying to recover lost ground by his team, who was such a low HP from that early encounter by West Tower. The tip of the spear has been dulled a little bit. He doesn't spot the player prone crossing. He tosses out a breaching round, but the ADSs catch it. This push from Manic is slowing to a crawl with only 30 seconds left to go. SMP just have to hold their ground.
It's now or never from Team Manic. 20 seconds on the clock. Neon taking a bit more damage. They are down in terms of men and health, it is a serious disadvantage. And with the lack of ground they've taken as well, there is so much to do. It'd be remarkable pulling it out from here, especially as the Ash falls. It's only Neon remaining. He takes out the Maestro, so Tonic is down. Oh wait, no, he didn't take out the Maestro. His teammate, actually, was the one taking down the Maestro. A strange team kill mistake there from the Melusi, seeing her teammate run out of the site and instantly blasting him. It happens, and thankfully this time for SN Peak, it does not cost them a round as it did last time on Cafe on round 3.
That was, I think, a textbook example of why teams bring meaning over dining. Just the fact that verticality completely just ground that to a halt. Yes, the early damage of the Ash helped. Trading off with Sparkins with the Maestro as well locked that down, but they could not clear Attic. They could not clear the rest of dorms. And when they tried to make that push, they had no real time to do so, no utility. And of course, the player count wasn't in their favor. So Team Manic just fell victim to the strength of that meeting hold. So we're going to be going back down to the basement now. And SMP can really keep some momentum rolling and get their third round in succession here. Interesting to see if they can go another little spree.
Wick, I've got 2 questions for you. One, what would be your advice be, like your life tip right now to Team Manic from this position?
The big thing right now is to don't get in your own head. You're on the offensive Oregon, it's difficult to break it down, and they just need to be patient and I think formulate a more solid plan. And they need to come in with a very clear-cut idea and go through all the steps. They've got to bring some rigidity to the team.
Fantastic. And question 2 is, what would be your life advice for everyone else at home, just in general? Good life advice.
Oh, that's I wouldn't take any from me. First of all, like there's no.
You don't have a life to give advice on.
Exactly. Don't
Is that?
don't listen to me. Don't listen.
Fair
to me.
enough.
Listen to me back.
I don't have any words of wisdom. I don't have any at all.
You can play it.
Play Clash, actually. That's that. Yes, the perfect words of wisdom.
Yes.
It will help with your life in general. Like, try it. Everybody, try it right now.
What happens if I were to become a Clash main right this moment? What changes in my life?
So much. Just the world becomes your oyster.
If I don't like seafood.
Well, we see Team Manic going for a bunker take. They're droning the area out. They're putting pressure onto the Wamai. Your guys are inside of electrical. He's got a lot of men to watch, and he's not got too much support necessarily. He's got the player, of course, Sebson, on elbow. Got to hold this area as long as they can. They're not playing any vertical angles, though. That is the issue. They've got nobody above, which means the hatch could well be opened quite easily by the attackers, which will put a lot of pressure onto the Wamai, forcing him to back off, and eventually that'll be enough pressure for the smoke, him backing off as well. So from here, a job of time, especially now that it is open.
Oh, this yokai drone by Tonic, though, is relaying so much information to those tower stairs, so that could be a critical component of this defense, and look at this time draining away. Every second counts, and while the Wamai pops up, it finds Sparkins. That's going to be your Habana off the board. Our breach ability now lost. He's going to play aggressively, continue to apply some pressure. The breaching charge tossed out by the Ash and flying retaliation as Pogo steps up to the plate to fill the position lost by that Habana of Sparkins. Send out that drone, but the yokai drone is there to go. Okay, there's a drone coming, get ready. Someone's going to come down these tower stairs, and I think they're going to be well prepared for it. And you see that yokai drone just above him. He hasn't spotted out or even heard the audio cues, so his position compromised surely, but doesn't look like it. Thank you gets one of his own, his Razor falls. Neon takes some damage.
No, he lost that fight! Oh, dearie me, he droned out the Echo! Oh, am I, though, getting refragged quickly. A lovely pistol shot. Oh, no, it wasn't a pistol shot from Neon. He was being shot by a pistol. He took a lot of damage, but he got the key kill. The first one actually onto the defenders, and again another 2 versus 4 deficit for Team Manic to overcome with only 25 seconds. We found ourselves in this situation so many times. They've not managed to overcome it so far, but Neon gets one and his teammate Chaps getting the other. Man count equalized, but Yokai still in play. Could be an issue alongside the 2 men guarding that site nice and close. They know one's behind on north. He'll be coming around to the electrical hatch ready to drop down. Still a C4 in hand to deny a plant. There's no way they can stick this unless Neon covers with all his might. That yokai position given away. And the kill coming from the Echo himself. He doesn't need the utility. He's got the MP5 SD. Finishes the job. That came close. A good effort from Team Manic.
That is the first time in a long time, though, I've seen a Yokai drone be so pivotal in a play. His drone was compromised. The Ash knew it was there, sends it up to the roof, a quick blast to delay that plant until we hit 000, and then, well, with all the information at hand, a quick swing with the MP5 SD, and the thermite fell, and yet another round for SMP. 4 rounds to 1. They are looking strong here in their defense of Oregon, and it's the final round of the half. Can they elevate their lead to 5-1? Can Manic fire back? We're going back up the dorms, and we saw how good they were here on the very first round of Oregon, so can they kind of draw from that energy and make this lightning strike twice?
Well, I'm looking at the rounds at the moment and comparing it to Cafe, because we saw 5 rounds in a row coming from SN Peak, but that was after losing 3. Of course, they managed to get it to the 6-all in the end, but they were 3-0 down already when they mounted that winning charge of rounds, and with only 1 round lost before that this time, it looks a lot better for them, even if they make the same mistakes and lose as many rounds as they ended up doing last time. Of course, there's still a long way to go. They will be moving to the attack, which, you know, historically, very difficult. Of course, this season, less so. We've seen a lot more teams thrive on their attacks, on Oregon even, still. They got their final defense here. It will be on the 2nd floor. Am I still here, or is the game still loading?
I think the game is still loading.
Okay.
You're still here.
I thought I'd just frozen out completely.
No, we're still here, to the dismay of everyone in Twitch, I'd imagine. But you're kind of right. You know, in this recent season, Oregon has slaved.
Oh wait, no wait. How are you guys doing in Twitch chat, by the way? Post your life advice as well in the chat, and we can have a nice positive session.
I wonder
We'll
what...
read it through like for the next map. We'll go through it and have a look.
What advice will we get from Twitch chat? I'm sure there'll be some expletives in there.
Play Clash.
Well, I don't think Twitch chat might share your sentiment towards Clash.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure everyone does.
I'm sure there are some people that, you know, don't like the shield at all. But I think there are some players at every level that have some unsavory things to say about the gadget.
Those are just the people who have played against me.
Oh, well, I mean, you've got Clashman in your Twitter handle. Of course, you clearly are the best Clashman who ever graced Siege.
Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, I was thinking this recently. Like, I often talk about being the Clash main and all that, but like, none of you have actually seen me play. Absolutely terrible. At the same time,
give away your secret.
Not even good.
You can't give away your secret.
I mean,
Everyone
who knows?
Everyone
I'm transitioning to PC soon, so I don't know. Maybe I'm actually good at PC.
I mean, there's people, all these people hyping you up as the Clash man, you know.
I mean, also Clash had a buff, didn't she? Because they brought back the mobility from when you get punched, so that it's not reduced anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So actually, technically, Clash has had quite a significant buff recently. So that's pretty cool. Good job, Ubisoft.
I did not think about Clash when I read those patch notes.
I mean, nobody did, but you know.
Well, of course, every patch you think how is this going to affect Clash, and well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carly weapon change? How does that affect Clash? Well, Clash doesn't die now.
That is true. Also,
that's
because
huge.
of the changes, with the aim punch change, you know, whenever that shot hits, you can adjust yourself pretty good.
Yeah, you can adjust well, and you don't die. That is a huge buff to Clash.
Are we just gonna slide into the Clash meta?
These are the strategies, guys.
I'm surprised no team.
Nobody's talking about this. It's a cover-up. This is Conspiracy Central with your host Ebag.
The competitive community are squashing the might of Clash. Oh, well, it's Oregon, so we had to have.
They're throttling the voice of reason. Sorry, carry on with it.
I mean, it's fine. It's Oregon waffle. We could probably sit and talk for another 30 seconds before any real action happens, and that's just the ebb and flow of the map. But SMP here, still a massive good amount of control held by them. And NQ though, below, waiting, lurking below this hatch. And I think if anyone stumbled into his line of sight, they're sure to meet their maker sooner rather than later. Pogo looking for perhaps to find this Jaeger on that roam game. The air jab deployed, steps in, finds the opening, kills Neon in the first hit of the deck.
Manic, again, not doing great at the start of this round. It's always Neon and Pogo. They're involved at the very least, sometimes pulling it around. But given the fact they've lost 4 rounds in a row, again, they are the first 2 to fall, and it's a strange no. I was just distracted staring at that single angle alongside NQ, and I can't believe he's been allowed to pull that off. And a lovely shot from Yogaiser as well through the window. Just, I mean, it's nicely executed, but at the same time, it's very, very free to give that away as an attacker. And again, it's 2 men left with very little time to try and pull it back against 5 men. Team Manic completely falling apart so far.
Yeah, and they had to worry about NQ on the tower stairs as well, but Yogaiser doesn't matter, and he's going to get aggressive. But Chaps, yet again, you got to feel from last left standing in a 1v5. He's got such little time, no diffuser in hand. He's just been fighting for stats at this point, and while the free fire is landing in this position, he's going to walk straight into NQ as SNP take round number 6. And well, a very, very dominant opening half on Oregon. The 5-1 round advantage moving into their offense.
Well, I'm hoping now on the Switch we can see something a bit more consistent from Team Manic. I mean, they beat Last Resort here 7-3. I'm really struggling to see. I don't see any parallels between the Manic we saw that day and today so far. Losing 5-1 on their attack, even on Oregon, that is very strange.
I believe we're going to get a pause here because of a. So we're going to get a pause confirmed there.
On goes the Blazer.
Oh. Sorry. we were just waiting for that pause to come through. With 1 second left, we get that landed. So, Evac's got his Blazer back on. Are we coming back? Are we? I don't know.
Don't think so. I mean, speaking of coming back, that's what we're going to need to see from Manic right now,
like
because
that
a 5-1 deficit, it's absolutely terrible. It's crazy. Right? I look like I'm going down a catwalk.
I was not expecting that in the slightest. Yep.
I've just been, I've been doing my workout. My shoulders just suddenly increase in size.
It hurts. It hurts. I know how uncomfortable it is to wear a blazer backwards. This is not comfortable.
I don't want to get abused by the chat even more than I have already by revealing which football team I support.
You're gonna keep that going. I wonder who it could be.
I mean, despite the fact I usually slurp from a cup for any of those observant people who look at our cups and see that I've got a massive emblem on it. Usually,
I'm gonna make it my mission to figure out what team.
They're all busy looking at Barnow's tankard because it's really cool, isn't it? Do you even know what I'm talking about?
He just has a tankard?
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Oh, the chat always pick up on it. They're always like, "What's Barnow doing with his chalice?" Yeah, he's just got. I don't know what it is. He's just got this tankard. I have 2 tankards. I actually started a tankard collection years ago, but I never continued.
This is one of the most bizarre things.
This is how I play Skyrim. So everybody like hoards stuff in some variety. I hoard tankards in Sky. I think I have like 3,000 in like vanilla game on Skyrim. I just collect tankards. Whenever you see one, I'm like tankard. Ebac tankard main.
I can't. What? Why?
Just because they're cool, I like tankards.
It's a wooden cup, is it not? That's all it is.
Well, it's kind of like metal. What's the?
Well,
I don't know what the material is actually. I have kind of plasticky ones.
It's just a cup with a handle, right? A bigger handle.
Yeah.
Or am I missing something?
No.
Okay.
Team Manic at a strong deficit here with how do you think they can pull it back? Of course, you gave the advice before, but that advice probably quite different now because it's so much more desperate with this serious deficit in rounds. They're gonna have to pull out something remarkable, and that requires a huge switch, not just in playstyle, in mentality as well.
Yeah, I think the mentality is one of the biggest factors right now. When you're on the receiving end of a dominant performance from their team, it's often difficult to pick yourself up on a side swap. They didn't, they got that one round which saved them from having their backs truly against the wall, but now they have to kind of play meat and potato siege. They can't take risks, and they're going to probably play a more passive style. I doubt we're going to be seeing Neon going for runouts or etc. Because I don't think they realistically can even risk losing someone early, because we saw just the advantage that opening pick was giving teams last map on Cafe. We just saw the benefit that was giving, so early risks are going to be completely null and void for at least the first couple of rounds, so they can try and find their rhythm. And who's rattled you? Who's done
Nah, I was trying to make a note about something, and I tried to write without looking at it. I was trying to look at it, and it's just a complete disaster. I was trying to write potatoes because I really liked your point about that, and I wrote patatas. Just an absolute disaster. Today's not going that brilliantly.
It's been one of those days. It's been
Mm-hmm.
it's been one.
I thought we might have the day off, to be fair, because it's like across. It's not even this league today. Everyone's busy. I don't know what's going on. Like I was originally here with McCready, and I was like double booked with Barnell elsewhere, and then it was just like Barnell's gone, then I'm gone, then McCready's gone, and then all our observers, Shiro's gone, and it's crazy. Anyway, that discussion point is now gone. We're going to get right back into the game. Kitstorms and Dorm's main hall will be the site where Manic will be defending for the first time, 6-picking the Pulse onto the castle, and the Nomad being switched out for the Iana. Now, Nomad is an interesting one on this particular site because we've seen a lot of teams in, not necessarily this division, but in ECS, past, present, I imagine future as well, teams who don't bring Nomad often get punished here for simple flanks from underneath. Usually that laundry stairs rotate, catching off players. And if teams are ready, if they're alert, you don't really need the Nomad. You just need to watch your back and be ready at the right times. But it's a 50-50. And I think at the moment, I'm backing SN Peak to be ready to cover themselves in those sort of scenarios. But it could come to bite them in the bum. So that might be an interesting omission.
Yeah, I think it's something to deny the movement is always a viable choice on any map that's kind of linear like Oregon is. I think another map that kind of you see a lot of this kind of requirement for cutting off rotations or that roam presence is Consulate. There's limited rotations up. There's 3 rotations up from the basement. So an air jab on each can kind of cut them off and lock down that potential ascent up the stairs that cause a flank. And you've got lots of choke positions depending on what site you're on that you can just throw these air jabs, and it's not quite fire and forget, but you still have that kind of peace of mind that at least for a little while, the air jab's going to do its job as a deterrent and not necessarily be punting someone through a wall.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And here we are back into the action. It's a bit of a long break, but you know what? Team Manic, they'll probably take that as a bit of a moment to relax. They've had 5 rounds against them in a row, twice in a row in this matchup, and they've not lost yet. So they've pulled it back, not necessarily from such a huge deficit. They have lost this many and pulled it back to draw so far. So they'll probably have a bit of confidence from that. And I like this extension. It's a pretty typical castle extension. It'll help you keep control of Master, Armory, that sort of area, assuming that he gets most of the standard angles open, which it looks like he is doing with a castle barricade on the corridor as well. Yes, indeed. So quite a typical setup from Pogo, of course, a man we know well. Quite a reliable player on the castle. Very strong on the support in general.
Yeah, I mean, he's really stepped up, especially in the latter half of Cafe. He really came alive, and he had kind of a rough section of 3 rounds the previous map where he was the first to die every single time, but he kind of used that as fuel to really kind of rile himself up, and he's doing a fantastic job in this latter half. But the Team Manic yet to really find their footing here on Oregon. So here on the defense, they're going to have a little bit better chance to do so. They decide the pace and tempo and exactly where they want to play and how it wants to roll out. So they have that initial advantage, and this hold towards Master Bedroom can really upset any potential 2-prong assaults via attic in that Master Bedroom. So right as well using those default cameras to get an insight of what's coming in. What?
Dinacroform, it means 2-pronged. It's a cool word.
I've never heard that before. I'm putting that one in my lexicon.
Yeah. You just change it like depending on how many prongs. So it'll be like trinacrophore. Pretty cool.
Is there
It's
a
one of
use-
Barnell's favorites.
Is there a use case for that word? Like,
A what?
what context do you use that word?
I mean, this fork is trinacrophore.
Four? So three. Your forks have 3 prongs? Is that not a trident?
I mean, you could have if you have a small trident, it's
So
kind
that's
of
just a fork with 3. Fork with 3 prongs is a small trident.
Okay, fair enough.
Vocabulary lessons is back.
Yeah.
I'm putting that. I'm gonna take a note of that one.
Mm.
That's going in the lexicon. I probably will never be able to pronounce that in the heat of the moment, but we'll see.
All right. Well, in the meantime, a pretty successful attack of the attic so far. Of course, not managing to take out any defenders SM Peak, but they've got a decent amount of control. Of course, that roaming Jaeger downstairs coming up behind could be a problem any moment. I spoke about the weakness having no nomad around. No nomad jabs. No jabs, no mad. It's always a funny one, that one. But there are there aren't any jabs around potentially. But of course, you can see Sebson watching their back. NQ, the player over by White, being taken out. A refrag, at least in terms of men, established by SM Peak. Your guys are going for an aggressive move. Starting to getting a lot of damage almost there from the smoke. And 10 seconds left, it's going to have to be a quick push. The attackers get 2 kills, 3 kills to help them do that. And all of a sudden, it looks so even, but Chaps is the last man on 1 HP. His position known. He takes out the Ash. He's got 3 more to do and a diffuser to disable.
Well, look at that HP. I don't think he's going to be able to do this. It's not realistic to ask yet another 1vx by Chaps. And, well, now players on the window. C4 tossed out to no avail. And as time drains away, I think so does this round slip between the fingers of Manic. And, well, Tonic's there to shut it down. But that smoke grenade tossed into the doorway of Attic acted as a catalyst to ignite this round. And the moment that landed, the Thatcher was just forced to push on in. And they weren't expecting it. They were expecting that kind of that smoke cannon to act as a blanket denial. Okay, they cannot push us anymore. We've gassed them out. But guess what? He darted on through, broke the line on the side, and he was able to pick everyone apart. They got the plant down, and Team Manic find themselves truly with their backs up against the wall. 6-1 match point now for SN Peak. Manic, you've got to pull something out from the depths to pull this one back. 5 rounds down. Time to be flawless.
Yeah, it's looking a rather tall order at the moment. Really not showing the material so far required for a team to pull back such a remarkable comeback. Even a very strong one, maybe getting 3 or 4 rounds in a row would be fantastic, but they need all 5, which is a long way to go. And I mean, looking at those kills, well pointed out, just not quite keeping up. I think the majority of the team, I think that is the difference from Manic. I was talking about that last round of Cafe, where Manic had a pretty even spread of kills across the entire team, a good amount of consistency despite up and down rounds on entries and things like that. Most of the players keeping relatively strong, and they were all able to win fights at the right moments, whereas SNP slightly top heavy, which again is true here. But the difference is Team Manic just haven't stepped up in the same way kill-wise, and they are losing one too many fights.
It's a brutal thing to look at, but yeah, you're right on this. Manic haven't been able to kind of pull out these heroic moments. Their gun skill is obviously to the same level as SMP. We've seen them go blow for blow on Cafe, but something hasn't clicked here in Oregon. You know, they're not winning their fights. They're just not finding themselves in these advantageous positions. And SMP are just taking full advantage. They're being opportunistic, and well, the scoreline speaks for itself.
Well, this time, of course, there are some nomad jabs. So there are no mad jabs. No, there are no mad jabs. Jabs, mad, no on the board, available to be used this round for Tonic. But yeah, Neon's down. So, of course, that I was about to say that the no mad jabs are going to be really useful for controlling that vigil, but he's controlled straight away with Neon falling straight off the board.
Yeah, that's a massive blow, and as we have spoke about front of at repetition now, the opening kill tends to lead to victory. So SMP, if they play their cards right and keep everything rolling smoothly, they are very much in the driver's seat for this round.
Because it all depends on whether they have the 6 of spades. That really is the winning card.
And there's a story behind why you just quoted that.
No, it's just a really good card. Do you ever get the 6 of spades and you're like, yeah, 6 of spades?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna pick your brain. Why is that card so good?
it's just cool.
It's pretty cool.
It's a cool number and, clubs. It's cool. So anyway, SN Peak are going to move on down. They've got that man advantage. They've got to use it. They've managed to clear out these roaming players. At least the majority of them. The rest of the team now backing off. Team Manic going for a bit of a turtle. And there's a good amount of time for the attackers now to get rid of some utility. Of course, you can see them with the pinks. Oh, I was about to say, I did think there was someone else potentially outside. And it's Raze on the Jaeger. Of course, only 1 kill so far. This is his time to step up. Well, more accurately, potentially step down towards the player below, who is on a drone going the wrong way. The drone nowhere near to hear the audio cue if the Jaeger decides to move. But he is really biding his time, waiting to move round, actually going to meeting instead. Probably going to counter the laundry players, potentially.
He's thinking about this. He has a position to fight down into electrical, but Tonic there, the player who he could have spelled it out early. Razor's just going to let him slip through his fingers, and that's going to be the site losing yet another defender. That's going to be Pogo off the board. A C4 and that Valkyrie, but Razor is above, fighting through electrical. Chaps gets one of his own. And he's going to light up his own teammate a little bit there, and some shots landing, but yeah, she's going to find Chaps. And it's going to be a flurry of kills in this final few seconds of the round. And the execution's unfolding. It's a 2v2 now. Scratch to the 2v1. And now for Manic, the last man standing. Razor, he's going to be able to get 1. Oh. He's in a great position. He just has to run down the clock to win out this 1v1. And now 0-0 and he gets it.
I was just saying it's time for him to step up. And of course, well, he let one teammate get down. But he moved on in. He got a kill and then he played it cleverly for time in the 1 versus 2 and won it out. Very clutch moments there for Manic. It's exactly what they need. Anything will do at this point. They just need to scrap themselves some rounds. It doesn't matter how you do it. They did it dirty and it worked. Going upstairs now to Kid Storms. Interested to see what they bring, because that Vigil, of course, was being brought by Neon last time to not fantastic effect. He can be very useful virtually anywhere on Oregon, virtually anywhere on any map, actually. Obviously opting Neon to give it to his teammate rather than to die early, which is fair. You want Vigil to stay alive and to be an absolute nuisance for as long as possible.
And that's just the name of the game for anyone on Roam Presence. Just delay time. There's nothing worse than knowing that, oh, there's a roamer in this position, we have to fight it, and you're just seeing that kind of lifeblood of your attack drain away. It's something that Manic can really play around with, and we saw Neon on the opening round of Cafe done a very good job of just that, just delaying time. Yeah. He took 1 life with him, but the clock was a massive benefit, so it is important for Manic now. You have to be flawless, otherwise SMP will be able to take map number 2 Oregon and ultimately win out the series, so it is still a little bit tense, and have to be very careful in particular about what they want to do here.
Is it that commonplace to shoot 2 pests on that doorway at Master?
I don't believe so, but I think the idea perhaps is to kind of go, okay, I've lost my drone, send yours in next, buddy, and it'll catch 2, and it's just that extra step of, if they try to do baiting
it's
it
just
out.
On the doorway is a bit odd.
Yeah.
Like, rather than maybe on the side, because they might shoot down the doorway and then they become obvious.
That is true.
Or they shoot them out by accident. And that's just what it strikes me as. Oh well.
No, you're actually right there. I didn't actually spot the play. I thought it was just on the frame, but that is...
No, he shot the middle of the door.
That's peculiar.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of that is, but I don't know, maybe I'm a fool. I'd probably be roaming with Clash right now. And there's the Vigil on the roam, proving probably slightly more useful than the Clash would be. We can see him using the ERC7, is that right? It's
It's
something like that.
it's a hard
I've been
abbreviation.
desperately trying to remember that that gadget name. Oh, they're so close to taking out NQ. Just about hangs on. Oh, but not for much longer. He is shut down at the top of the tower. Of course, he managed to take a bit of damage off the Zofia and get a kill onto the Iana. So, pretty good job done and a bit of time wasted for the attackers as they try and move in to take that attic control. SN Peak were very, very efficient at moving across and without losing too many men last time on that particular area. And then they pushed through from attic and just rushed the site and somehow won all their fights. It was a little bit of a risky move for them, and they seem a bit more spread out this time.
SMP very tentative to make this move in towards attic, and while Pogo down below lurking and waiting for an opportunity to perhaps strike and really kind of just rip this attack apart. C4 in his hands, perhaps a rip sound was made, but no, they're seemingly not wise to his play, and he's just waiting for a call for his team, perhaps popping it too early, and he does, and so that's just going to instantly ring alarm bells, which is a player down and meeting. And for SMP, that's another problem they have to solve, and they have to do it pretty quickly, because time is, well, definitely not on their side, slipping through their fingertips, and they have to make a move quickly, especially when every remaining defender has anchored back up on the site. And a breaching charge hitting beside Neon is causing some reasonable damage, making him a little bit uncomfortable in that position, as your guys are playing on this window, waiting, holding this rotate for anyone to stumble, and just making this a nightmarish position to play if you're in the shoes. Who is this? Which player is this? Manic.
Who am I? I don't know what you're talking about.
Bandits, chaps. And yeah, he was completely caught out there. He had nowhere to go. He's going to lose his life. And just like that, it was all down to Neon. But NQ finds him quickly and shuts it down. SN Peak here on Oregon are your victors. A 7-2 ultimate scoreline and a dominant performance from them.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame from Manic. They put up a bit more fight towards the end there. I was kind of counting on them to maybe take another round so I could go put my jumper back on, but it's Blazer for me, as the game is won by SN Peak. Well deserved on Oregon, especially getting a better win than, at least in terms of rounds, than we saw from either team, Manic against The Last Resort, or SN Peak's personal record so far this season. They 7-3'd Aquilix there, looking pretty strong against Team Manic there as well. Oregon, a pretty strong map for this team.
They just looked comfortable and they looked confident in every gunfight and every position they were put into. Even when they had their backs up against, well, that last round with the C4 down below, they kind of didn't even give any, they didn't pay attention to the Pogo down below. They kind of just ignored it and pushed on the objective and took it. They had everything set up to do so, and they just played with a brilliant level of efficiency, and they were brutally ruthless with how they took it. They were opportunistic when they needed to be. They were very deserving of that scoreline, I think.
Well, that's quite an interesting one for the scoreboard. So SN Peak taking 4 points today and only 1 for Team Manic. Sees these two teams who have had very similar games, very similar results, very similar almost everything so far this season. They're very hard to split. Now they have split certainly a lot more in that table. So it's going to look quite different. And the remaining games are going to be interesting to see how Manic can compete, because if this is anything to go by, probably headed on a bit more of a downward spiral at the moment. And SN Peak, they completed that U curve that I was talking about at the beginning, that they certainly would want to do. 4 points will see them a long way up, which is very good. And of course, next game up, speaking of up in the table, we have a big clash here. We have first, next up, against third place, which is MKERS up against The Last Resort, which should be an absolute fantastic game, and we will see you there in about 13 minutes.
a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shatter me to pieces like broken glass. Hot mess up at East Side. Heard about me, it's all lies. If you want good, change your mind, yeah. Don't want to intimidate, but more than just conversate. Don't want it to be too late, yeah. Know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite. You've been getting on my good side, and it's something that I can't hide, yeah. When I'm with you, I'm tongue-tied. I know you're not that dramatic, but I'm out of you, I'm an addict. I can't get enough, and I know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite. Would you come a little closer, closer? Know that I'm not usually your type. Darling, there's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite. Keep it.
I know, right? They nearly saw which football team I support. Oh no!
Oh.
Oh damn it!
No, No. Oh, what has
You
Noah
saw
done?
nothing. You saw nothing. Oh God! No, I did it again. What? Oh God! No, that's even worse. Oh, much better. All right,
Oh,
that'll
yeah.
do. That's
That'll work.
fine.
Yes.
Hey, ladies
Oh,
and gentlemen, I'm Ebac. I'm alongside Whippet. He's on that side, and we have a fantastic lineup today in this second match. What have we got, Whippet? Tell everybody.
We've got Makers versus The Last Resort.
Yes, that's going to be an absolute banger. And what maps do we have, Whippet? Tell us, please. And show them on the screen.
Yes, bring the perfect timing, and there we go.
Ah.
It brings a tear to my eye. You know, we're going to Coastline and Consulate. No clubhouse, no cafe, no Oregon, no nothing. We're gonna get some sweet, brand new action. Oh, these are now my favorite teams in all of Siege, just because of that.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, to be fair, like we were saying, like last time Team Manic have played every map bar one. I still can't remember what it's Consulate. Consulate was the one that they hadn't played. So at least outdone here by The Last Resort and of course Makers. Now these I think too many people are. I'm gonna try and bring Makers down a tiny little bit, in people's estimations, because they are being pegged. Obviously, I don't know what the vote is. We'll see that a bit later, but I imagine it'll be rather in their favour, given their very, very strong start. Of course, Last Resort have had a pretty strong start as well, but I think Makers they've had quite an easy run. They've played some of the lower teams in the. There we go. Yeah, that is very harsh. That is very, very harsh. At least the staff were, I guess, a bit nicer. They weren't nicer in the way that nobody voted that they would win, but at least a few people voted for a draw. Yes,
Yeah,
I think they've had an easy run of games, whereas The Last Resort have played a few tougher teams. So I think in this one, given what we saw in the qualifiers as well, I will point out I think we saw Makers versus Ignite in the qualifiers, and that game on Clubhouse was really quite close a lot of the way through, and that was an Ignite team who did not qualify. And also I've seen them in other leagues fail to qualify as well. Not a diss to Ignite at all, but in terms of like quality and what they're facing up against today, could be a bit of a question mark, especially on maps that we've not seen them on yet. So look at these lineups. Of course, some of the stats might not be 100% up to date, but at least we can take a gander.
Yeah, we can somewhat theory craft, and you're just gonna see. Well, I mean, it's easy to kind of pick up all of like the key, roles and stuff. You can get this, and especially when you look at the KDs, you can kind of see where a lot of the firepower is coming from these teams. And well, looking at Makers, you're going to see the three kind of names standing out there as Rastin, Killator, and Katsola. I mean, those KDs are strong, They're clearly being able to provide a lot in terms of firepower for their team, and that's something that you I kind of really like about what Makers are doing. Is their style, their aggression, their confidence in gunplay mechanics really kind of presents them as a super strong team, and that's one of the things that somewhat they can use to smother their opposition. It's just their confidence in these mechanical fights and their strength in those moments.
Yep, I think Cariuda, of course, no stats there for some reason. He is also one of the main fragging men in general. So, I mean, Wes as well. I mean, those particular stats don't look fantastic. As a bit more of a supporting player, but he can get the kills when he wants to, when he needs to, in those key moments. So there's basically anyone can pull out a moment of magic from Makers. Whereas Last Resort, slightly more focused on the main player, a slightly more traditional setup. And we're already underway. Also, life advice from the Twitch chat. I believe we had one bit of life advice there from somebody. I'm not sure if we can get that up or have any reference to that, or someone read that out to me.
I'm really curious. What live advice could Twitch chat give us? I'm curious. But we have Coastline, first map of this matchup, the series, and our bans are already done. We got Nomad, Capitao, Mira, and Valkyrie. So, I mean, I really want to highlight that Valkyrie and Nomad ban. To me, those are kind of mouthwatering ones. The Nomad getting out of play can give potential for a lot of aggressive plays. And that Valkyrie removal as well. Yeah, that means that,
the location of a bomb.
Valkyrie's not predicting. Who banned Valkyrie? Because we missed it, we might be a little bit tricky to catch up to that. But Valkyrie's not
I think
been-
Last Resort banned Valkyrie.
I think I
from what I
believe
saw.
it might have been, yeah, from where. Okay, so when you look at the Valkyrie ban, because of how those cameras can work and how aggressive it can play, I think they're trying to take away perhaps some of that aggression on the defensive side. You know, no cameras outside, no aggressive
10
rollouts,
seconds
no
remaining.
extra information provided. So again, very interesting. Bans that are pretty common for
5 seconds
Clubhouse
left.
or for Coastline. It's,
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I can't believe I just called this Clubhouse.
You're so used to it, aren't you? To be fair, Barnell's been calling Clubhouse other maps all season. Like, the last few times we've done Clubhouse, he's called it Oregon, he's called it Coastline. He's got, I don't know what he has a problem with Clubhouse for. Oh, yeah, I guess that is a lot of people's problem with it. I do love a bit of Clubhouse, but today we're spared that. We've got the other C maps in the set. Those are the other two. There are 3 C maps. Of course, Cafe being spelled with a K because they're weird. You know, that's just how it is. And a first kill coming out for the Last Resort. A very good start. The MP5. It's panicky on the Melusi, giving a good early advantage to those defenders. Obviously playing a relatively delay-focused game. A lot of pressure on some of these top-floor attackers trying to move in and get the verticals. They're not allowing that at all! The Jaeger not allowing a shower drop either! A lovely shot from Hazard.
Yeah, I've never heard Hazard pronounced like that, but a fantastic shot. But he's going to get removed by Wes, and that's going to get one back for the good for MKERS, and they're just going to try and proceed and keep this control rolling. A C4 tossed out by Manic. It's not going to be to any avail. Some damage perhaps done, but concussions lobbed down the white stairs. That is a deterrent to push on up. Well, this pulse down below of Oculus can just relay information, and he's going to be able to spot out 2. He might be able to act on this information. The crossover. But he has no C4 to play with anymore, so that is something to keep in the back of your mind. He can't deny anything vertical unless the UMP can sing. He's going to try and take the engagement. Actually, no, he does have a C4. It's going to be an awkward position.
Oh, no.
He does so much damage of his own C4, but not trading off any of it. So Katsola left alive, as that's going to be Kaiju getting one, and Bruno traded off by Wes. And now on a 2v3 in favor of the Last Resort. Can they hold on here against MKERS?
Well, there's still a lot of time left. The attackers don't have to rush. They still have a man disadvantage. But you can tell already, just from the gunfights we've had and the play at the start of this map, these are 2 brilliant, high-quality teams who are going to give us a great fight today. And it's only just started. 40 seconds left for the first execute for MKERS. Of course, that disadvantage is going to be a huge problem unless they can overcome it, and they certainly have. They've overcome it completely. Now it's their advantage. Panicky, the only player remaining, is outside the site. There's a soft wall between him and the planting player. But he's too late. He takes too long to get round. He's going for the quick stick. Player dropping his Katsola around. Yes, he knows. And he goes for the aggression. Can the Melusi win this fight? She does! Pulling out the pistol, winning it from the depths of hell, pulling it back in the post plant. What a dramatic series of events in what is the first round of Coastline.
If that round is an omen for things to come, well, we certainly have, cue up your ECS bingo card, a barn burner on our hands this evening. We haven't even updated that bingo card.
I don't know how it's going. I mean, Noah's got one. He's printed it out.
He printed it out?
How many have you crossed off, Noah? Let us know. Yeah. So, hookah and billiards will be the next site for the defenders. The Last Resort getting off to a strong start, which is very good for them. They'll be very happy with themselves to get one off the board. Of course, that's one of the other things I want to say about MKERS. Of course, I'm playing a bit of devil's advocate here today, as trying to bring them down a bit and raise up the other teams. As people are getting, you know, you see MKERS with the kind of main squad and invitationals and all that, and you can get a bit over the top. This is the academy team, of course, and they're capable of losing games. Of course, they haven't so far. They've been very, very strong so far recently. This is probably one of the matches where they're going to have it hard, and maybe we can see them in a losing position, which we've rarely seen them in so far. Maybe they might not have the same mental game that everyone would expect. Maybe Last Resort can really start to impose themselves on this game.
10 seconds remaining.
And you got to think for the last resort, though, you know, in their calendar of all the games they've seen coming up, this is probably one that they've, you know, they've circled red pen around on the calendars. They want to be on top form for this one because not only is it an important game for the top of the table, but also a bit of a statement piece. You come out here and everyone, you know, we saw the community votes. Everyone's backing MKERS here because, you know, the namesake as well as the talent on this roster. And if the last resort can come out and show that they can stand toe for toe and they can be just as good, well, not only will it help them, you know, build their own brand, but a massive morale boost and a statement to everyone else inside of Contenders just how good the last resort are.
Well, we were talking about MKERS showing that all of their players can pull out moments of magic. Last Resort kind of striking back, or everybody having a bit of a moment for Last Resort in the last round, and Panicky also especially in the highlight. That it's just a very bizarre ending to the last round, but thrilling to witness, and I hope we've got a bit more of that craziness in action. Panicky indeed.
So, as the time ticks on, no real engagements yet, as MKERS are just taking their time to set everything up, and Bruno playing on the smoke and operator, you'll see him pick up a lot. He can do so much work with that SMG-11 and shotgun combo, so I'd imagine expect some moments of brilliance from him if given the chance to do so. Rastin down below, and he's going to open up some vertical position, spots that position that Bruno was holding, and so might be an area of contention soon enough as Hazard fires some shots over towards Wes. Lands some damage, but not enough to down or kill. That's a bit of a turn, but he's just going to charge on in. He might just be aware of Hazard's position now. He's going to wait. He sees the back of the sledge, but aware that the repelling, the gridlock is there. Being cautious in his approach. He sees the player, but he's going to get spotted out himself, and the pre-fire lands, and the Jaeger falls, but a trade is Kaiju's going to get one on the Karyudu, and now in a 4v4. Can the last resort hold on to this as pressure applied by MKERS as they begin to collapse towards the objective?
Oh, it's just very smart from Wes. Rastin has fallen downstairs all by himself. Be a long trek to get the revive from this position for any of MKERS, but they do have time to do it, certainly. Seem to be just replanning exactly how they might execute, potentially a revive and then push up from the opposite side from two players, keeping the other core pushing across, maybe a bit of a pinch. That looks like, that does look like what they're going to do. Smoke canisters being burned.
I really like this right now. This is, to me, showing confidence in the side of MKERS. They know they didn't have a lot of time, 40 seconds or so to work with, and now they're taking the gamble of going down, but they're going to be able to lose Wes. His Killator's going to get one of his own in the Panicky, attempting a plant with no cover as Oculus swings around, and the Alda gets one with only 19 seconds left in the diffuser in no man's land. A recovery is going to be a tricky one as Katsola now on the repel by Aqua Balcony, looking for a way in. Spots a tracer rounds and tries to whiz some shots by the shield, but can't find the target as Oculus plays aggressively, and the pre-fire lands. That's 4 for the Maestro, I believe, and the last resort taken round number 2.
Oh, Oculus tearing a rift between the two teams. 2 rounds now between them. A really great start from the last resort here. Who was this? This was MKERS map pick, I believe, wasn't it? I'm rather sure. I'd never write it down. I just remember it. I'm very sure that this was their map pick, and it's not the start they would have wanted. Of course, with the attacking side, I guess with the new meta changes, are slightly more favored across all maps, ever so slightly. Yes, okay, I was right. Good, that happens sometimes. With the attacking change. The attackers being slightly more in favour now, on probably one of the more attacker-favoured maps in general of Coastline. You'd expect a bit of a stronger start than this, and now is the time to start coming back. It doesn't seem MKERS have quite woken up. Well, they seem to be alert strategy-wise. They're just not quite... They don't seem to have that spark that they often have, and the last resort are turned on straight away, ready to go. And it's a good start from them. It's a question of whether they can keep it up consistently.
The thing I would always kind of like to mention, though, is I give it around 2 to 3 rounds until both teams really have each other figured out. And that's when rounds will get a little bit closer, and you tend to see kind of rounds sway a little bit more kind of closely contested action. And I think, you know, makers are just still trying to figure them out a little bit, kind of see what the last word are doing, how they're gonna, how they're defending, what kind of style they're trying to impose. And once they kind of figure that one out, I think they're going to a little bit stronger footing. Last Resort still playing fantastically though.
It's not too consistent from the Last Resort at the moment. They've gone for two rather different setups on two, well, admittedly different sites. And again, here now on blue and pink sites, got a very different lineup again, opting for the Oryx. And, well, I was about to say the Wamai and Jaeger combo, Wamai being taken out nice and early. He's not going to be able to get those magnets down across the round. Very few already deployed. The shot too late from Bruno. Of course, a very difficult reflex shot to make, especially when you're not just staring at it. He deals some damage to Rastin, but the damage mostly dealt against the Last Resort within this first minute of play.
That's a massive blow to lose Panicky so early, and especially when it came from, well, what I'm going to imagine was a blind fire as he's trying to open up that barrier to lose your Amai. You're going to lose some of those magnets later in the round, and that could be important when it comes down to it. A minute 40 left to go is going to find Bruno getting that kill in the cat solo. There's Yorix. Vaults on up, and Bruno trying to duel his way as Oculus now perhaps has a potential flank on his hands. No real audio cue is going to detect him yet, so he might have free reign to retake upstairs. You see that gridlock of Killiator trying to creep away around as Karyuda is going to get one in the hazard, and now with 1 minute 20 the execution can start to roll in.
Yeah, this will be a key battle for this round. Of course, Track's deployment and where exactly those are placed could be quite useful. I don't see any denying Oculus here. Karyuda seems aware there is someone around. Now, Makers, they love to take map control. They seem always to be quite tight to each other whilst covering a lot of ground. But here we go. Can they refrag? Yes, they can. Karyudo ready, despite the fact that the gridlock was caught off. Always there for that quick refrag, and they keep their man advantage. That flank for the Oryx, at least delaying a little bit of time, putting a bit of pressure on, but it's going to come down to Bruno inside of the site. He gets one with the shotgun. Karyudo shutting down his teammate, and he is shut down from behind by Wes, swinging on around from... Oh no, he was actually the player at the front, coming from outside, winning the fight against the smoke. Great play from Makers to see their first round be taken on the attack.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive play by Bruno with that shotgun, but that's the type of thing you're going to expect from him. He likes to swing with that 12 gauge and kind of be unpredictable, because how many times do you expect a smoke to actually swing that instead to tend to sit back and just rely on their canisters to burn out that clock? But that's one of the things that you will have to look out for as Bruno once again retakes up his role on that smoke, as Kitchen Service is our site for round number 4. The Last Resort looking strong, but Makers grabbing their first round.
On a scale of 1 to predictable, how predictable is he?
I think he tends to play smoke, mute, and then sledge. Bruno with an S, I believe, because I think I've casted him with Tudor during one of the Benelux Cups that we've done. And I believe he played SAS operators every single time, or at least very close to every single time. So expect him to stick to this role, but he's very effective at what he's asked to do. And you know, if he's given opportunities and some more breathing room than what he had that last round, you can expect to see more of the same, kind of that aggressive smoke that can really kind of be chaotic and difficult to break down from an offensive point of view.
10 seconds remaining.
Quite a spread lineup here from the Last Resort. They like bringing out quite a few different operators. Of course, Killiator opting quite often for that gridlock as well. Very useful on this particular map. It's nice to see gridlock getting a bit of love sometimes over the Nomad. Of course, Nomad very useful. I just like a bit of variety, you know. It's nice.
Friday's a spice of life, and especially you know these operators bring different utility, and perhaps smoke grenades in the back pocket of the gridlock or something that's drawing Makers to her. Especially the firepower as well. The F90 and the LMG she brings can really pack a punch, as Panicky tries to punch down the gridlock, but shut down, takes a little bit of damage and sent scampering back to white stairs, but re-upping and trying to retake his position, battling around and trading shots, but no damage done. His presence known and compromised, but the push of gridlock established and control of billiards has been taken. As we look at this front line forming inside of Penthouse now, as Rastin looks to prep and get ready for these vertical positions.
Still a lot of players waiting underneath with C4s. There's one of them expent by the Mozzie. And goodbye to Wes at the start of this round. A good start from those defenders, not clearing out those verticals, getting punished, Makers Academy. Of course, they're trying to clear out Theatre right now, and there's one man in the... Oh, very close to a team kill there from Katsola. Well jumped off, so Karyudo survives, and he survives the fight with the Jaeger coming out on top, whilst taking a lot of damage in return, but he won't mind too much. Again, a man advantage for Makers. It looks in a similar position to what we saw last time here. Of course, the defense turned it around, then lost it, then brought it back. So who knows what's going to happen in this last 1 minute and 20 seconds.
On a map like Coastline in particular, things can change in a blink of an eye. All it takes is one player to find a few kills. These rounds can be cracked open no matter the player deficit. Bruno forced out of position now by vertical positions, and he's going to try and relocate to somewhere with relative safety. As we hear some shots raining off as Katsola above, trying to lock down Kegs and create a horrible crossfire. As Oculus relaying information. And being that all-seeing eye of his team, that cardiac sensor, trying to get some information ready as this execution is imminent. Bruno trying to cover the crew by upstairs, but the drones and pressure being applied directly by, I completely forgot the name, directly by service entrance. And now the plant's going to go down. Killiator trying to get it down. The aggressive plays here by Bruno inside a bathroom. He swings. He's going to be able to get it down onto the plant of Killiator, but now he's going to lose his life in the effort in a post-plant situation. Kaiju and Oculus last two standing. Oculus is going to be able to confirm a kill there. And now can they close out this post-plant situation? A difficult encounter through the fencing as Katsola holds tight. Kaiju up above is going to find a mess of damage, and Raston's going to actually come out the victor of that fight. This is a messy, scrappy fight. Both teams playing for control, but Oculus, low HP, not much time to work with. Surely his days are numbered, and yes, they are. Raston from above shuts them down.
Makers Academy pulling it back, as he said, just taking a bit of time to warm up, to figure out their opponent, and to start stamping their own play style on top, and they've brought it back all the way even, looking a lot closer now. More so the game I thought we might be seeing, which is both of them showing up at the big moments. Now, probably at the 2-all, the last resort, having taken their foot off the gas a little, these next few rounds should be quite interesting to see if they step it up, or whether maybe they just give up entirely and they succumb to the waves of force that are exerted by Makers Academy.
Well, I think that's probably the last thing the last resort will intend to do. Yeah, but you never know. But this is a map that tends to be very chaotic, and so while teams are tied up now, things can sway in the blink of an eye. And this is why I love a map like Coastline, just because of that chaos and the gunfight-centric plays that happen. It really does come down to which team can provide those opportunities for their star players to make an instant impact, and what players can step up to the plate and stand on that podium to make their team get some rounds and ultimately try to get that victory. But we're going to go upstairs to Tuka Billiards. And an interesting setup down there inside the blue bar to really stop any entry. Last Resort might be playing a controlling side of lobby to deny blue due to those prone level angles opened up.
10 seconds to insert. 5 seconds to go.
Is he back terrace?
No, I'm observing this setup to see what I can make of it. I don't yet have a comment.
Scared me. The silence scared me. I didn't know what happened.
Looks like a very similar setup from the last resort. Of course, pulling out this defense quite convincingly last time we saw it. They're looking to do a similar job. Of course, they did very well with the entries last time, Hazard denying players from Theatre on the move in through Penthouse. And of course, Panicky also getting a nice early kill as well on that particular round. They'll be looking to do something similar here at the start. It looks like a very different move, though, from Makers. Prioritizing, well, a very spread move, but certainly not moving in on the east just yet.
I think it's the priority of getting this control down below to make sure they don't have to worry about that roam presence. And Bruno's trying to fight for his vertical position, but Raston's going to get the opening because Kaiju falls, and that's going to be the loss of a mute. That's going to be a C4 off the board as well as a shotgun, which is very useful to hold these close quarter corridors, especially on the cool vibe stairs. Oculus creeping down though. The cumbersome Maestro might sit himself on these stairs, and that might be unpredictable. You'd imagine their anchor would be that advanced.
But how can Buck sit here so exposed and feel that comfortable with Maestro on the stairs right behind him? Somehow. My mind boggles. Here's the Jaeger versus the Ash, and again Ash wins it out. Karyudo just winning that fight against Hazard too many times in this game for the last resort. They really need to start just winning those little 1v1s at the right moments, or being there for the refrag. I think that's one of the differences so far the last couple of rounds we've seen from Makers. Just having that edge, being just close enough in terms of teammates being there for those refrags to stay in a good advantage position. Of course, last resort now, disadvantage 3 versus 4. Bruno looking down these vertical holes, trying to deny that from being the case. Get this kill. But the plant's going down from Wes, delayed by the smoke canister, but there aren't too many remaining. And there's a good bit of time for these attackers. They're quite comfortable here.
You've only got one canister left, so 10 seconds at most to deny it. Well, here's another plant attempt. They all just sing through the smoke, and Flea finds it down. Panicky tosses the C4, and that's going to get Wes confirmed. And now the Fuser stuck in no man's land, yet to be recovered. Oculus finds himself another one on the Karyudu, and so Killiator left to try and make a push and a stand. LMG v LMG here. As Oculus is playing by the smoke corner, aware perhaps of Katsola's position. The pre-fire doesn't quite work out, but the trade happens. Panicky left on a triple kill, and a 1v1 now, battling around the rotation hole. He's going to win it out. Yes, he is. Last resort, take round number 5 in a nail-biting conclusion as they dance around this barrier, this reinforcement, and play the ultimate game of death where Panicky comes out on top. And the last resort yet again find themselves one round up against Makers.
Calling me out there with it. I literally was just biting my nails watching that. Panicky pulling out another 1 versus X. I mean, a lot of the work was done by the last resort. Great delay game, slowing them down and just keeping enough utility that plant was hard to stick. The C4s in hand, and Oculus again showing up with the older, getting a crucial kill onto Karyudo. I think that was the turning moment in that round, just losing that man disadvantage, bringing it back. Really helped them out, and a lot of hard work done by Panicky to seal things out. He really is kind of the opposite of his name at the moment. He is not panicking whatsoever. He is keeping the coolest head in this match.
He really is. I mean, that's what's really important. That's what makes great players great, is their ability to stay composed.
Speaking of the coolest head, Oculus on the pulse.
I knew it was coming. I knew all these jokes were coming, but I'm still not prepared for it whenever you throw them out. But Oculus, yeah, once again, back up on that pulse, and he's been doing a great job in his position, relaying information about what Makers are trying to do, and brings that ever-present threat of a C4 from down below. So, again, a great position, and he can relay so much information here. No, Tudor is our new observer, by the way. We had to make a quick substitution, and Astro had some other obligations away, so Tudor had to step in. He was meant to be casting this, but he's been relegated to the observation booth.
Who wants Tudor?
I mean, he calls the secondary harbor utility a trampoline. Like, can you actually? I know he's rattled down there. I can see that. He's rattled in the observation booth. He's steaming. He's angry now. But that's a C4 tossed out by Bruno, and I think he's opted to go onto that mute. He couldn't find success on the smoke, and question marks thrown on. I think they're all having a pretty good time in this matchup with the opening kill for the favorite last resort, and Kaiju's going to make that 2 Katsola falls.
Oh, another one! Hazard joining in. Suddenly it's a 5 versus 2 within the first minute. Last resort headed, barreling towards a 4-2 at the switch on their defense. That would be a fantastic a fantastic start, given this is Maker's map pick as well. Still a long way to go, and Panicky trying to throw a C4, caught out with a C4 in his hands instead of a gun, and that is one of the saving graces at the moment for Makers. Getting that extra man down should help in denying crossfires. Still have the vertical control at least, so could try and catch off some players, but given the lack of other players to force a lot of damage coming out there, they don't have the support from the remaining players they would to put pressure on the defenders so that they would need to stand under those holes. If the holes are open and there's nobody there, you can just move away from the holes, no problem.
Another threat they have to worry about, though, is Oculus. He can just relay so much information, and that's going to be the power play right now. He knows when this execution is coming, when people drop away from the upstairs, and he still has that C4 in back pocket, so if given an opportunity to strike, he can lob that out and cause so much chaos. Karyudu so close to him, and it's going to be a trade of gunfire there. I believe the pulse coming out worse for wear, as Killier is going to get one on the Kaiju, and that's second in the round for Gridlock, and this could be a collapse towards site. Can Makers hold it together and make a comeback round here? We hear the rat-a-tat of the LMG, but Oculus are going to top on the Karyudu, and now Killier, the last man standing, with a horrible task ahead of him. Peaked by Bruno, aggressive with that shotgun, and shut down in the blink of an eye. The last resort take round number 6. That's a very strong opening half for their defense.
It is, but it is a long way from done. You can just tell by the fact that they got from a 2 versus 5 to a 2 versus 3, and I was worried. I was worried seeing that. You just know that they can turn it around in a moment of brilliance. Anyone left on this Makers roster. But still, they've got to get rounds on the board, and they've not managed to do that so far. And now at the switch, they are going to take it to Hookah Lounge for their first defense. Look at that lineup. Of course, a 6-pick still an option for the last resort, but only one of those are going to move, and it's nice to see that variety. Of course, Dockerby we see a lot here, certainly on Coastline. They're not opting away from it.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Lion, Jackal, Doke combination, but perhaps it's been a long time since Makers has seen it as well, and we're playing on a map like Coastline where this aggressive level of play can benefit the offense massively. So I think the last resort for this round are putting all their eggs in one basket of aggression and gunplay. So I think this could be a feel-out round to see exactly how Makers respond. From there, they can judge the rest of their offensive rounds because they have that 2-round blanket. They can use it for information, but still, a bit of a worrisome sign for Makers. Just the amount of aggression that they can predict just by the lineup that they saw.
Yeah, well, the lineup's interesting from the last resort. It digs into what Barnard likes to talk about with bringing the same lineup we see. Of course, the lack of hard breach being brought by last resort, because it's, you don't really need to hard breach necessarily on this site. A bit can help, but you don't need it. And they've decided to use operators who can help with the kills. There aren't too many operators brought in a standard lineup, Ash, Zoph, Sledge, the sort. They don't help you win the actual fights themselves. They don't actually give you that strong advantage in those moments, whereas operators like, Dockerby and Jackal can help by putting pressure on, giving sound cues away, which can help with fights directly, as well as the Lion giving immense amount of pressure and really confusing players sometimes, allowing for panic. Last resort really hoping that can be an element for them. Wes here, looking like he might want to go for some sort of aggressive peek if anyone could be caught off on the rappel. I don't think anyone is on the rappel, actually moving in through showers and guitar, taking VIP control already, a fully eastern-sided move from the last resort, getting quick control very early on that side of the map. Wes still underneath though. There goes his phone.
First Dokkaebi call, that's just going to give away his position, and while Panicky trying to hunt him down, he hears him deny that call, so he's at least in close proximity. Just waiting. I believe some Jackal scans are coming out as well, as Wes just stuck in a horrible position. There's not many ways out if he's going to get executed on, but still has a little bit of cover to work with. A lot of pressure still, a lot of control still held by Makers. In the last shot, yet to really start making some digs towards the objectives, so I'd like to see that occurring soon. Bruno now inside of VIP, trying to apply some pressure directly into the objective. Doesn't have anything to crack open that VIP wall, so has to worry about fight through that doorway. As time drains away, the flank here from West can be a massive benefit, and there it is. This is the lack of a gridlock, a lack of a nomad. Well, nomad's bad, but the lack of anything to hold that flank. The complete dedication to this aggressive style has turned around and stabbed them in the back. Karyudu gets one of his own, and that's Oculus now off the board. Your Jackal's gone. Panicky trying to duel away with all these positions inside of Hookah. Spots the head perhaps and tries to make a play, but with such limited time and now limited man count, it's going to be a difficult task to do. So the DMR taps away, Panicky gets one of the Karyudu, so now at least clawing one back in the deficit, but down and killed off, and that's going to be a massive blow with 40 seconds left to go. The last shot reduced to only 2.
Wow, just a bit of complacency from the attackers there. I really wasn't expecting that. Mozzie, given his position being given away by the call, the Jackal on the board, leaving him there, not pinging him with the Inox either. Rather bizarre, and Hazard is going to go for a bizarre move. He's going aggressive, jumping on top of the table, but he falls right down, leaving only one teammate, K5Z. As I'm going to call him, because I don't know if that's short or something, or whether I'm supposed to say the 5 as an X or something, is the last man against 4. 3 seconds. Not even that. He's finished off by Killiator. Makers taking their first defense quite convincingly. I think a large misplay from the attack that round more than anything else.
Yep, I think just that lineup decision perhaps wasn't the wisest option.
It's a great lineup. They just didn't utilize it properly.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that. I mean, they're opting for a very similar one, perhaps just removing the Dokkaebi from the lineup and bringing in Zofia now as well. It's well, we already had Zofia previously, but again, the Dokkaebi gave good information to the player down below the Mozzie on the white stairs, but they couldn't capitalize on that because it's pretty risky to push on down with no extra information and then just the phone call. And the Lion scans weren't used that great in conjunction with the execution, so something perhaps that they can change. But again, kind of doubling down here and bringing a very similar lineup yet again. So I think Last Road have made it clear they want to play aggressive, they want to play around their guns, and they're trying to do so.
Makers, both teams with quite interesting lineups. Of course, Makers, this looks like a very delay-heavy lineup, which you certainly want on this site, and they're going to go right up to that top floor, get some reinforcements down to make sure that they can hold it for as long as possible, bringing it down to time. We saw 2 rounds, I think, attempted here by the Last Resort, winning one and losing one on this particular site on their defenses, and they were both a little bit crazy. Oh wait, no, they won both, didn't they? My mistake. They won both, but they were certainly both crazy. Makers can try and bring it down to the wire because we know both of these teams can pull out those amazing, crazy moments, and it's fun. It's fun to watch. It's not really necessarily fun to play in terms of your nerves.
These rounds or these games that are close are always going to test your nerves as a player because every little mistake, especially in this format, because you don't have an overtime, so you have 12 rounds, a limit to make a play, and while speaking of making a play, what is he going to do so early? Can I shoot off the board? And that's the loss of an Ash. The spear has been blunted for the Last Resort, so Makers in a great position to try and capitalize on this. Massive amounts of utility on that Ash. Lost those 3 breaching charges are so effective. Sola relaying more information. This pulse down below in service has been such a useful tool, and gathering all the information and we're calling that out and relaying to the rest of the team.
Well, he'll note that 3 of the remaining 4 players currently up on the roof. So great intel from the pulse, and he's seen that drone coming in as well from service entrance. So should be aware of most of the locations of the opposite team, but Karyudo isn't. He gets flicked on incredibly by Bruno.
And Bruno tucks him in as well, making sure he's going to get a good night's sleep for his effort. But what a shot and a great response for the Last Resort to claw one back with the good. With a minute 30 left to work with, they really need to start making some pressures and wedges inside of Theater here. The Goyo shield to cover. Doing a massive job with the lane. The shield's been popped now and he falls back, but only to have a teammate help cover his retreat to the hallway. Now both are likely to make their way back down to the objective. The mission is achieved as the time's been burned away. It's going to apply pressure directly. Bruno peeks out with a flash grenade in his hands. Some poor timing.
No, the shield! How unfortunate for the Wamire Killiator, looking a bit of a fool with that setup, struggling to get past the shield, struggling to capitalize upon Bruno's slight mistake in trying to throw that flash round the corner, not being ready for the positioning. Killiator did almost all the hard work, just couldn't finish it with the execution, and last resort from a weakened position at the start with losing that entry frag and pulled it all the way back. And it's looking familiar in terms of what we saw on the Makers attacks, having their man advantage at this point, but again, last resort pulling it back from this man disadvantage, usually on this side. Can the last resort buck that trend and come out on top? Well, they've capitalized upon it further. Oh, striking back is Wes.
Wes fires one, and Bruno is going to be the next man to fall. With 18 seconds left, though, the execution pass to a Caracas, charging through the toxic canister, trying to get this plant down. Two remaining members of Makers, though, will they know the plant? They're panicky down. The plants are denied by Oculus, and now, oh my! Just
amazing.
like that, Rastin with 2 to clean up the round, and Makers tie us up here on Coastline.
How did they pull that back? When you think it's over, especially on that particular site, kitchen service entrance, it just swings suddenly in favor of the defenders. A 2-4 deficit, and they come out victors. 4-4. Now, if I can remember the community predictions right, it was very favoured for a Makers win. A good amount of draw guesses from the staff, at least. And at the moment, it looks very well headed towards that, as there is very little to separate these teams.
Did you vote for a draw?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
That's the real question.
I'm not going to say.
Oh, I could go pull up the sheet now and get a good insight.
You could, couldn't you? To be fair, I actually I went through and I voted for Barnow on all the games that Glitch Tech forfeited, because they can't play them, and I voted him for Glitch Tech on all of them. Just so that he's extra wrong all the time.
Yeah. You're gonna ruin his stats for our prediction.
Are we doing that? Are we showing who was right and who was wrong?
I don't think
on
I
the
think
staff at the end of the
that would
season?
that would be a nice thing. But you know what
The
that
most
requires?
wrong guesses in the season.
We could have
That'd be an
feedback
eBack award. Okay, 100% doing that.
Oh no! Noah pops in, or our producer, of course. Now you've probably seen his name rattle up a few times, but he always pops in with giving us the news that yes, I'll get this thing done. But speaking of getting something done, Kaiju yet again first to fall. Later gets the opening kill, and that is another blow. The Ash yet again removed from play, and that spear has been blunted once more.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Well, man advantages and disadvantages, usually they spell something for a round. For the moment, that it really isn't that indicative of how the round is actually going to turn out at the end. So we'll have to wait and see. Those fantastic individual moments can happen from anyone. I think just generally not enough kills coming out across the team from the last resort. If you're looking purely at kills at this point, quite far into this game on the 9th round. It's a lot more spread, I think, and at least a lot more players getting more kills in number for Makers, and that is a bit of an issue for the last resort. They're going to have to outplay their opposition if they can't necessarily outgun them at this point. And they're playing pretty well. They managed to take some good vertical control. What can they do with it from this position? The Jackal ping's working to isolate at least one of the players, but they're going to back off to sight.
The Lion scan the UND sent out, that's not going to even read any extra information. Perhaps the player Jackal scan is going to have to sit still and that thing will be more accurate, but couldn't quite pounce on him. Bruno, a little bit too overzealous there. His retina's burning, his ears ringing as that flashbang detonates in his eyes. And panicky, the man who has been most proficient with his gun so far, leading the charge. Charge even more as Wes falls. Panicky now 11 kills deep in this round. He's been absolutely fantastic. The lifeline of the last resort so far. And Rastin's going to get pinned down in his position. He has a lot of Omidis to help keep him safe as Casola crosses into Panicky, but an instant trade by Karyudo. And now it's going to be a 3 versus 3, and this is going to be coming down to a bare knuckle brawl. Frag grenade tossed out, but denied by an ADS. The E1D has no advantage right now as Oculus tries to pepper his way around this doorway and break in the sauna as Bruno looks for the head. Oh!
What? What a shot from Rastin against Bruno! The quality in this game is absurdly high. It's going to have to be very high from the attackers. There's only 2 left against 3. And the shield positioning as well as the defenders positioning in accordance with each other leads to a very deadly crossfire for Oculus, leaving Hazard, the final remaining player. 15 seconds, thank you, announcer, remaining for the Sledge to make it happen. Cariudo on low health sweeps up the stairs to sweep up the round for his team. This is a Contenders match. The quality is so high. It is really astonishing.
This is some of the best Siege I have seen in a long time. These teams are just going at each other with reckless abandon. The shots that we're seeing land, you know, Bruno onto the player inside of VIP. Then we just saw Rastin. That was absolutely fantastic what we just saw. These are 2 teams who are full of talent, and they are just showing us exactly how talented they all are as individuals and as a team of 5. But right now, the advantage sits with MKERS. 5-4 our scoreline, 1 round away from guaranteeing a draw and putting the last resort into a corner, pressuring them to be flawless. Can they fire back and rebuttal and tie us up here on round number 10? Well, only time can tell. Hookah Billiards is our side of choice.
Well, Last Resort are yet to win an attack. That is the concerning fact at this point in time. Of course, getting those 4 rounds on defense, fantastic job. But since then, losing 3 attacks in a row, bringing the same, well, a very similar lineup. They're starting to fade off those slightly less common operators throughout these rounds,
5 seconds to insertion.
which does make sense in some ways. At the same time, I think they probably could have done with maybe trying it again and committing to that plan they had. I think potentially sometimes teams a bit too scared to pull out consistently. I mean, why wouldn't you be scared against MKERS right now? Because they look very, very difficult to beat.
I think, you know, perhaps a key to Last Resort is to play with our fearless style, perhaps bring more utility-wise operators and not rely on those mechanics. Because, you know, the thing that you have to worry about, though, is, you know, MKERS have made a little bit of a run back now, getting a lot of consecutive rounds, and that's going to apply some pressure to the Last Resort, and they have to kind of, you know, you got to worry about a player, you know, the team's mentality right now, and while as Wes down below, lurking, lying in wait for an opportune moment to strike. Can he be the predatory man down below? As a single player stands still for too long inside a penthouse, their days will be numbered. C4 by Killier there, the health tosses to that, will it land? No, just missed, but Cariudo's there's the strike, and Panicky falls.
It's a good start yet again for MKERS, starting to just get the better of these entry frags. Most of them coming in their hands on the defense now. Is certainly helping them when it comes to these final moves. I think Last Resort are struggling with roam clear in general, which is very bizarre given the operator lineups they've been bringing. They just haven't dealt with some of these players, and the Ash K5Z really having a bit of a tough time, especially on the attack, but not having a fantastic game so far individually. Just losing 1 too many fights and is currently down in luggage.
He's going to be a very tricky player to recover as well, and now this is just going to let the MKERS fall back and kind of condense their hold. We're seeing this. This is going to make it so difficult for the Last Resort to get a significant amount of pressure and really get pushed towards the objective. Time is burning away as well. The revive coming out, but this is going to condense every member of the offense in a single position. And one great free fire can land, but doesn't matter. Bruno gets one on the carry to tie up the player count. The E1D goes out, and that's going to be a cue for control as the Last Resort get ready to push. But Wes down below, C4 in hand. He's waiting for a call or information from the cardiac sensor, but pushed from inside security and removed from play by Hazard, and this could be the moment. Can the Last Resort take full advantage of their newfound play? And now Bruno giving himself a line of sight to fight against Katsola, and this with 30 seconds left to go is a super pivotal execution. 4v3 for the Last Resort.
Well, they've finally done the early work that they've struggled to do so far this game, and now it's time for the execute. They've not had much practice in doing it so far. They are being very well delayed by Rastin, still with another smoke canister remaining. There it goes, 20 seconds on the clock. It will leave very little time for an execute. Killiator ready to swing round if need be. Bruno goes for the plant, but he's taken down by Katsola. His teammate dropping as well. The smoke coming alive with the shotgun. Oculus and Hazard remaining. Oculus no longer remaining, it's just Hazard. He was the player going for the flank to support from behind. but he has been taken out as he was left alone. The main push falling. So close, but Makers get another round and they move to match point.
That's the most important fact right now. Round 11, match point for Makers.
And not the elephants like grind their teeth like conveyor belts. I thought that would be the most important fact.
Hold up. Let's just pause this. How do you
Did you not know that?
No, I don't. I haven't studied elephants before.
Well, look it up. It's cool.
Yeah, elephants are cool. They are cool.
Yeah.
Tell you what else is cool. This matchup. It's been very exciting.
It's alright.
Well, what's better, elephant facts or Makers versus the Last Resort?
I think the match point is probably the most important fact. Just at the moment, just edges out elephants.
Yeah,
right
well,
now.
I mean, just for like scarcity of like, you know, the fact that we've only got the, you know, this game is happening right now. We always have elephant facts.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't know
I
what
didn't
Tudor tried to
consider
type in the chat though. I don't know what he tried to communicate with us. Probably something, you know, saddle goose or something. I don't know.
Yes, that sounds like him.
It does sound like a Tudor thing. Or trying to persuade us that this secondary hard breach is a trampoline. God, it's great. He can't talk back. This is fantastic. He can't rebut. I love it.
Wow, it's great. Live it up.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So, match point. Makers.
must locate
Can they
and
close
defuse the
this
bomb.
one out?
Attackers have
Round
dropped the
11,
bomb.
of course, so we're almost at the end of regulation. The Last Resort have 2 rounds left to try and claw this one back to a draw. Not an easy task, but certainly doable. But now they have to make an assault on this kitchen
Attackers have
defense,
located a
which has
bomb.
been pretty impervious to them so far. Well, as every single defense by Makers have been yet to win an offense, so they have to turn that tide quickly. Otherwise, Makers will be taking this very first map.
Oh, players. Obviously holding this. Whoa! How did Panicky get that kill so quickly?
Here's the vertical angle.
From
He was on the hatch. He's on the hatch, and there's a small vertical opening here, and he shot down from the hatch all the way inside a bathroom.
Wow.
Finds the opening kill, and that's Raston. A smoke off the board. The very first casualty for Makers. No more toxic counters, no more massive air denial. But Cat
Oh! A lovely C4 from underneath. Striking back, we can play vertically as well. Makers taking a lot of damage though, and already being pushed back somewhat. Wes and Killies are going to hold the corridor for as long as possible. They are very smart players. They'll make sure, at least, even if they do die in this position, that they will delay as long as possible. Still Cariudo there as well. 3 players currently on the top floor waiting to delay with only Catsola down below. A trade coming out, but on top, our Last Resort. Bruno getting the final word onto Cariudo. So again, we see a good attacking advantage on this particular site, but that means absolutely nothing.
With such little, this is just an absolute nail biter yet again. Makers just holding on. 2 players left to hold the objective and 3 attackers to lead the onslaught. Catsola playing by the kitchen bar, trying to get into some sort of line up a position to hold the line. Hazard though, he's looking for
Bomb
the default
located by
camera. Yeah, he
attackers.
is. Has Wes, has a cue to run out. The audio is going to be there, but he's going to
What?
find the shots. He's going to do so much damage to Hazard, but not enough to down or kill. Cautious of the window beside him. But
That's what you
gonna
get
be
with the suppressed vector.
is that not the extent the barrel?
Ranged body shots. Is he? Wait, is it? Oh, maybe it's not suppressed. I thought I saw it. Was
it's
suppressed.
so hard to tell between what's extended barrel and suppressed when it comes to that vector. But either way, Hazard getting body shotted to all the high heaven, left on half HP. He's now inside of service, and he's going to be able to go for a plant. The audio cue not being relayed as Wes is upstairs. Catsola's going to get into a horrible fight and lose it out to Bruno. Wes is going to get aggressive, jumping out service, but it's going to be to no avail as Hazard
Here we go.
pops out, and that is it. Round 11 for the Last Resort, bringing us all the way to the end of regulation, round 12 for all the marbles here on Coastline.
Wow. I mean, we saw this coming out on Cafe between Team Manic and SMP. Came out to a draw. Oof. I mean, that was a great time for a first attacking win from the Last Resort there. Interesting. That's... I would expect a reattempt of that site, but instead moving to Blue and Sunrise. Of course, Blue Bar and Sunrise was very strong Especially, I've got that single kill from Rastin behind the shield in Pig in my mind. Just blasted in there. Can't get rid of it. What can they do this time around on the attack last resort to pull this back? They will feel so hard done by if they don't
Attackers
get
need
a
to
point.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And they really will. It's been such a fantastic performance from both teams, and yet again, teams that are deserving of this high level of competitiveness between each other. Makers, though, can they close this one out or claw their way back? This is such a tricky site to break down again. We saw how well Makers could hold it previously, especially this position in my pink, where Ras is going to sit behind the shield and just throw up Magnus to fortify his position. Can TLR break it down? Can they find a way to break this curse? Their entries haven't been able to have the massive amount of success they would wish they would. Looking at that Ash there, not even 10, not ideal, but again, doesn't matter about the past. All that matters is this next round, and if anyone can step up, it is the members on the last resort as well as Makers. Both sides so talented. So we are going to go into an absolute brawl of a final round.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
The entries definitely helped. The one time the last resort have managed to get the entry on their attack, that was their winning round. And again, they get it. What a great sign to start things off. And it's Rastin, that man with the fantastic kill. Last time they did this site, he won't be in that position to do it. Kiliator providing some resistance in office to start off with. And fight off some of these players. At least scare them off, maybe deal some damage. Because he wants to hit heads with the MP5. And he does! He takes out the Ash!
What a shot, and right now this is going to be an alarm bell situation. They have to shut this player down and do so quickly, but at the cost of what? Low HP is the Malusi. They have to worry about it. Drones out to act as that information. A push sure to arrive soon. It's going to be the Sophia charging on in. A horrible crossfire established, but he's going to be able to get one more. A perfect trade. A massacre down and off. There's a pistol out by Jaeger. Not enough, but Hazard's going to be able to get one of his own as Casola falls, and now it's all down to Wes in a 1v2. Can he close this one out for his team? A frag grenade at his feet. He's pushed out of position at the last resort.
They pull it back all the way, having lost 3 attacks in a row. They pull back the 2, and a bit of a mistake there.
It's over. Yeah, it is over.
Unfortunate. The game is over. It's a draw. Map 1 is over. Fantastic job bringing it back. What a crazy and quick round. Very different to the one we saw last time.
I was not expecting our final round to be a massacre down in office. It was the last thing I'd expect. Okay, they had to clear the Malusi down, but they all dedicated in, and it was perfect refrags, and every bit of action occurred in that small room. And the last resort, claw it back to a draw. A fantastic performance from both teams, but great resolve. They had poor luck on their offense, but they stayed calm and in the right headspace, and they were able to get that draw. A point out of Coastline, so still one more map left to go, and that's going to be Consulate.
Ooh, it's going to be really interesting to see what these two pull out on Consulate. From what we saw just then, it's going to be awesome. I'm very excited to see what they can do, and we're going to go to a short break before then, and we will see you in 7 minutes ish. Keep an eye on that timer. All right, see you guys.
truth. Tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth. Tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth. Tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth. Tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth. Tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Friend, I don't know. You'll get there on your own. Face to show. I wanna see something new. A better part of you.
Welcome back, everybody. E-Box is the point I couldn't come up with some form of witty intro to the stream, but yes, I'm not as big brain as him, clearly, as you can all tell.
Aw.
Back to his blazer now, so he's having a good old time.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's my 4th costume change. I've changed once
Oh,
per
you
map
have?
today.
Oh my god. You're really, I'm very limited. I've only got the one shirt I can go into, you know? That's it.
Mhm.
Oh, it was like, cow is a little bit out of frame, wrong in frame here. It was
Oh no.
fix cow. There we go. There we go. Couldn't leave my
Good
cow a
boy.
little bit out of frame.
Good boy.
It's showing some of the mess in the room. I couldn't let that exist. But
I thought that was you for a second.
no, sorry. There was a certain noise in our ear via our production that you guys didn't have the mispleasure of hearing, but we had to suffer through. But without enough for us waffling away, we have our final map of the evening, and it's going to be Consulate between MKERS and the Last Resort, and I'm looking forward to this one. Our previous map, Coastline, ended up in a draw 6-6, so these teams very closely matched. Can either of them, though, come out victorious when we go to Consulate?
Yeah, Consulate's a really interesting map to see two teams on. Mostly because it's just so different, usually. I mean, we've seen it quite a good amount already in Contenders so far this season. And I believe MKERS have played it already as well. So I'm trying to translate that exact match to other maps, and especially thinking about how those style of plays can work and how that fits. I'm concerned about the attack, I think, for the Last Resort, because although they did pull those two together at the end, they were quite scrappy. They didn't seem to organize themselves too well throughout a lot of those earlier rounds when they were trying to get their attacks going. And Consulate, one of those maps where I think you need a lot more of an organized plan and you have to execute it right.
I have to agree. And then it's one of those maps that, again, because it isn't brought out inside of competitive play all the time, sometimes it's tricky to judge how these teams are going to play around it. And it's a map that brings an interesting style of play because it's a very linear map and there's very set and strict ways that it's going to be played, and there's not a whole lot of change or ability to be flexible. It's a rigid map that's played in a very few set and predefined ways, and that's going to kind of, I think, lead to some very, a lot of engagements in very certain places, and it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath when these teams come and collide in these areas, because it's pretty easy to read entry points. It's pretty easy to understand where people are going to sit because it's an older map as well. And so it's one of those things that I haven't seen a whole lot of Consulate this season. I'm just excited and raring to get into it. But here once again on our
It's the
community.
Snoikadurps. The Snoikadurps is probably one of my favourite words.
I've just realised that is prediction, but I'm very happy.
Yeah, prediction back.
I like this. Snoikadurps.
There's quite a big difference between the Snoikadurp Utinemok and the Snoikadurp Fats at the moment. The most of it, I mean, they're quite similar, but in general, that extra draw that one or two of us have voted for on the staff have certainly, well, currently true. And there's not much to split these teams right now. And looking at Consulate, I can see the Last Resort probably doing just as well, if not better, on their defensive half, and potentially a bit worse on the other side. So, and same for MKERS in terms of that balance. So if it's all going the same way it's going at the moment, and we saw on Coastline, I think we may well be headed to another draw. At the same time, this is the map pick of the Last Resort, so having that little bit of an extra, maybe even if that gets them that extra round, just a little bit here and there, that can be the difference between a draw and a win.
I mean, these teams are so close to each other, and because this map tends to kind of lean itself to a lot of close matchups, especially teams can really drive each other to the wire. I think calling another close one, another draw, isn't too far off here. They're going to really push each other to that limit. And if one team manages to break free and excel, it's definitely because of just comfortability on that map in particular. But, well, our waffle shall soon be over as we're going to get ready to load up here for our final map of the evening. It's been a long...
Etelusnok. Consulate.
How can you even think of how to pronounce that so quickly?
I'm just...
Big
just
brain.
reading it backwards.
Big brain. Big brain. But this is
I've got 2 brain cells, and I'm putting them both to use.
They must be big brain cells, man. But our final map of the evening. It's been a long one, but also a very fun one. Ebak, thanks. It's been a long time since we casted. I want a way to get back into it with 4 maps.
Well, we start with a very typical Thatcher ban, which is a little bit dull. Capital livening it up a bit. Of course, I think we saw that earlier. Was it? Or am I thinking we started a game? I can't remember. Was that the second one for Manic and S? They're all blending together. I'm getting tired now. Capital, anyway. It's a relatively typical ban on Consulate. He is quite useful here. But, of course, it's nice to see at least that bit of appreciation. Of course, Valkyrie being the other ban from MKERS. Making sure that the Last Resort can't play an Intel-based game, at least with her, that they might have wanted to do anyway. So restricting the other team's options. Of course, MKERS, they believe they can do it without her. So that is a big shape-up to this match. I think we underestimate sometimes just how influential some bans are for ops and how that shapes a game that we see.
These operator bans, I'm looking at this and going, Thatcher Cade makes sense. Capital was a massive removal of air denial, and you've seen Valkyrie with that information denial as well. This is the second Valkyrie ban we've seen between these teams, and I think they're trying to completely remove that extra layer of information that can be gathered, so they don't have to, on the offense, kind of have someone checking over their shoulder to make sure they're not being observed constantly. But I like this stuff. And Nomad's being able to get brought out, and instantly Wes is gravitating to the Moroccan operator, grabbing the Nomad. So air jab's going to be a factor to worry about.
Moroperator. For Moroccan operator. Moroperator. That's quite hard to say. I screwed that up.
That's a tough one.
It's Moroperator.
No, my brain ain't gonna be able to handle it. I've been awake
Attackers
way
need
too
to
long.
locate and defuse bombs.
How long have you been awake with it?
We are. I think we're 24 plus at this point.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
That's a long period of time. What have you been doing?
I watched American Sport Ball last night. I didn't sleep afterwards.
Oh no.
I know.
Why would you subject yourself to that?
I don't. American Sport Ball be kind of like, yo, action for 2 minutes, crazy. Now ad break, woohoo, wacky. Yeah, rugby's better. So,
It's not like Siege, it's not like Rainbow Six esports, which is action 24/7, no lulls whatsoever. There aren't
there's-
during Makers and Last Resort.
especially not between these teams.
Attackers' objective is
Even
to
the
locate
prep
a bomb
phases
and
can give us
defuse it.
some action. You never know. Well,
Oh, Bruno's opened the rotate!
oh my God, he's found a drone as well.
Mira's put a window down in logistics!
I think that would hurt my soul if I was able to bring that level of enthusiasm to a prep phase.
It's like the 4th time I've done that this season.
Oh, I think
I'm gonna make a compilation of how many times I've said Mira's put a window down in logistics this
pretty
season.
exciting stuff
It's
though.
become-
It's
Yeah,
never
yeah.
Common.
Yeah.
We might get to see her today, you never know, but that's going to be Katsola leading the charge and entry inside of admin, forcing Taifu back to the spiral stairs. And Lucy, well, in an interesting position, propped up on top of the toilets inside a bathroom.
Very sneaky. Maker's going to have to be on top of their drone play. They've started things off with the entry frag. Rastin taking out Panicky, that key clutch player previously on close line. We should call it close line because it was so close.
I've never agreed with one of your wordplays more in my life. It was such a close matchup, and perhaps we might get one here, but doesn't look like this round's going to be too... Is Hazard stuck?
He's just jumping for joy.
He's
So
vibing.
excited to
He's
be on the
straight
road.
up vibing, man. He's having such a great... I wonder if he is
I think
stuck.
he is stuck. I think he is. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, the rest of his team aren't in a great position either, but they pull it back! 3 versus 5 to a 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. No, he's actually okay. I think he was just he was premature danceulation for those kills coming out from the rest of his team. Premature indeed, because 3 now coming for his team. A lovely vertical kill from the bandit.
That's a fantastic kill there, and that reduces Makers to only 2 combatants. 3 defenders left to find,
Bomb has been
as
located.
Hazard's now dropping
Attackers
down. Wes is
recover
going to
the
get one of his own, Bruno, off the board. So Hazard now, he's no longer stuck in the bathroom. What work can he do when given free rein to push down? Rastin on the top of Visa stairs, trying to work his way down towards the objective. Hazard now regrouping on site and lining up for potential hold, going inside of security, and push coming towards cafeteria, but a fantastic shot by Oculus removes the head of Rastin. And this is 44 seconds of dread for the last remaining member of Makers as Wes tries to push through, but the onslaught of a crossfire, like storming the beaches of Normandy as Hazard shuts him down. And Last Resort take their first round here on Consulate.
I mean, it started almost exactly in the same way as the last one.
Yep.
It's just crazy. Back and forth like mad. It looks like we're just taking maybe a brief pause for one of the teams, just for a moment. I can't believe I said premature danceulation. Middle of a cast.
That's you put that one on the caster reel. That's one for the CV.
Alright, well, that is a great first round. Again, the Last Resort pulling out the heroics to get the first round under their belts, and what a consulate we're in for. And sometimes you can have a crazy first game, and then it's a draw, or it's a dramatic close win, and then the second map, just one team probably tired from that and slacks off a bit, and then it's a bit dull on the second. But given that first round, I don't think we're slacking off at all. Both of these teams want 3
Attackers need to
points.
locate
At least
and
they
defuse
want
as
4
many bombs
points
as they
today on the board to deny the opposite team and move higher up. Last Resort really want to catch Makers up in the league table. Or at least they've managed to spoil their flawless record of wins, at least so far.
They certainly have done it, but you were mentioning that sometimes in the second matchup, when you have such a close opening map of a series, that one team can be depleted and the other can just kind of find their mojo. These teams, because of the level of players that are here, I think they're only going to come alive a little bit more. I think they've kind of warmed up properly, have a feel for each other, and I think we're going to see some absolute fireworks in this one, because I think they're ready, they have a good comfortability, they're really warmed up after that matchup. And I think both teams really want to prove themselves. Going to draw a bit of an unsatisfying result for everyone involved. So both these teams certainly want to be able to prevail and get all 3 points from this map.
I think Mozzie kind of ruining the track. I was liking the color blend from like Bruno upwards through the operators.
Oh.
I was really enjoying that, but then Mozzie ruined it.
Oh, now it annoys me. What? hurts. I'll tell you what else hurts. Killer's already
Oh,
left
no.
the DBNO outside the main door.
Ow! Ow,
Ow.
Mozzie!
Well, that must hurt a little bit more. Wes finds Kaiju and well.
Ouchie wouchies, says the Mozzie, as he's taken out. He managed to down Killiator, but he's finished off himself in going for it. He gets a little bit hungry, and yeah, he can't get anything for it. They will escape with their lives, and they take one of the defenders as well. Hazard!
Sorry, I was mid-yawn. I couldn't quite
The
pick up.
Jaeger is dead!
Oh, and Hazard is left down, and now they've been reduced. Thanks for that. Great recovery. As now the last resort reduced to 3. And 5v3. MKERS in a great position to push on and get control of the objective. Concussions dropping beside Panicky, making that position uncomfortable for the alibi. Killier trying to remove utility via the window on the balcony. Bruno looking for a line of sight, but can't quite find it yet. Sprays and pre-fire with the UMP, but that's full rate of fire. Doesn't make it an ideal weapon to duel with, and look at all these bodies and blues stacking up, preparing for this execution. No verticality, no C4 to blow is going to be a threat right now, so it's just going to be a straight fight with guns right now. Killier cracks open the second window on the balcony, utility tossed out, and it's going to help force Bruno back, but Keudu is going to get one in the Panicky, and that's going to give them an advantage for MKERS even further. Can they get this to be a flawless round? Oculus trying to look for the player by Spiral, shut down though, and that's going to be Bruno taking the final fight and shut down yet again. Killier is going to be able to find yet another and a flawless round for MKERS.
Well, that is a way to strike back. After a back and forth first round, they flawless it straight back to bring it even yet again. Nothing to separate these teams. 7-all total on these two maps so far. Oh, this is getting spicy. It's getting interesting. As this game ticks on, I don't see it getting that much more separated, of course. We've seen a few rounds lead taken at a time, but they always manage to find their way back, whoever it is. So who can take that first step and try and get maybe even 3-4 rounds in a row. They've got to have that consistency. They're going to repeat the top floor site. Of course, this site less favoured nowadays. Some argue it is one of the weaker sites, if not the weakest site here. What are you thinking about that with it?
I kind of have to agree a little bit. It's one of these sites that because of its kind of, it was always the primary site for years and years, and I think it suffered from that a little bit because teams had to play it on such a regular basis. They figured it out, it's been broken down systematically, and it's pretty hard to bring anything new on scene here, so the top floor is often play out in the same way, and it leaves it to be a predictable site for attackers to try and push into, so I can see why it's began to fall off a little bit. And I think sites like the lobby have been kind of overlooked. It's such a strong site, and some teams now are bringing it kind of as a second or primary now. So it is an interesting turn of the tide and a sad story for the upstairs site.
The same lineup and looking like the same setup brought by the last resort. I hate unintentionally rhyming, because then I can't stop focusing on anything else. Oh, Oculus! Not quite focused enough to catch Killiator off when he had the moment to go for that kill. So missing the opportunity to get the Zofia. Of course, he could run out from here, but almost a bit too late for that aggression to really count.
That's just unfortunate timing, trying to give himself a wider line of sight, breaking up that barrier, and misses his opportunity to have the kill. So Wes believes on a drone as that's to catch the barrier inside off and cracked on open. This is going to be the start of the assault towards the objective by the MKERS. That's going to be the first casualty they sustain, as Hazard is going to find the opening kill on the Karyudu, and that's a massive blow. The Ash off the board, utility still in pocket. And of course that R4 sees a deadly weapon, the Brawl with, so a great opening pick. Can Hazard hold his position, however, and keep applying pressure to everyone trying to get control of the office. I see our frag grenade tossed down, he's going to get cooked to death by his team's own Goyo shield, reduced to only a slither of HP, so Hazard, they almost take out of the fight.
Well, his teammates picking up kills everywhere else will be useful to him. Refrag coming out from Wes this time on the Nomad. Shutting down Oculus, that man who was so crucial on early coastline rounds on the Maestro. Bruno going for at least to get that angle open across in case any players on the balcony. Of course, he can get a slight angle onto players from that position. So having that open is somewhat useful to deny any players out there. There currently aren't any. Most of the players on the attack focusing... Oh, actually, no, Wes is kind of over there. But most of them focusing their efforts on admin and copy.
This round has really begun to slow down right now. MKERS, since that early loss, have really struggled to find a way to retaliate. Held up to the balcony now. It's going to be the Nomad and trying to make a play here. Bruno yet again inside of connector with the UMP to try and jewel with these long angles. Nowhere to fire but an accurate weapon. But Wes takes that flashbang as an opportunity to try and push on into the objective. And I believe there's going to be a plant attempt now as Rastin falls to Kaiju and now MKERS reduced to 2. As Wes sees the potential, creeps on in the connector, but UMP sinks too sweet, and that's going to be a kill for Bruno. Even Castle, the last one standing in a 1v4, but only 20 seconds to work with. The great shot to Hazard, but I think that's all she wrote. Only really fighting out for stats here with no diffuser in hand. They're stuck in no man's land. This is going to be a round for the last resort. Another successful defense upstairs.
Yep, looks all done here for Katsola. He's just going to try and get a little free kill if Bruno decides to peek out. He's not going to.
Operators, you are out
The
of
last
time.
resort take a round. It's been quite a while since I've seen a top floor win. I mean, who was it in Contenders? I forgot. I'm not sure if it was MKERS. 100%. It might have been Paragon versus Rocket. Yeah, I believe it was Paragon versus Rocket here on Consulate. And that... Are we pausing again?
I believe we are.
Yes. Paragon versus Rocket, we saw no attempts of the top floor defense at all from either team the entire way through the match. So it's been quite a while since I've seen any team play there, and especially getting a defensive win. So well done on sticking out that site, re-attempting and winning it, which we've not seen so much today. Both teams generally opting for switching up site and then trying again a bit later. So a bit of a strong adjustment there from the last resort to see themselves back in the advantage. They're going to go down to the cafeteria and garage site where they were successful the first time and try and replicate that form.
Hopefully they can. They've looked very strong here, so if they can continue this momentum on their defense, they can set themselves up good for the second split of this map. But
Defenders,
That's
protect
something
your
to
bomb
note.
from
If we can get the
defused by
scoreboard
attackers.
back up, I mean, you can see it on the side anyway. In terms of kills, of course it's early. It's very early in the game and things have been going in their favour. But it's a slight difference. In terms of the spread of kills, everybody doing a pretty decent job for the last resort quite evenly, and then the man who can pull out those moments was getting the high kills quite a lot on the last map. Panicky currently at the bottom, but you know he will pop up in those moments and be reliable when it is necessary. But the fact that the rest of the team are showing up, that is a huge boost
10 seconds
to
left.
the team, because that's probably one of the weaknesses, is that slight imbalance in terms of
5 seconds
fragging
left.
ability. And if they can keep this up, they will probably stay in that ever so
Attackers'
slight
objective is
advantage.
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
yeah, it's unusual to see that drop off, but as you said, and we saw so many times, the consistency Panicky had in these clutch moments, I think it's always a good gem to have. But I believe that was a spawn peek from admin window, an attempt, and Rastin is going to find the opening kill around, shutting down Hazard in quick time, very quick indeed. He's going to be out of action very early. Some more damage done. Karyudo getting lit up as that repel inside of admin occurs. As Kaichi's upstairs, retreating back down Spiral to try and recover some ground, perhaps, or keep his life in tow. Early casualty for the last resort. Not ideal, as we've seen so many times in this evening's broadcast. The opening pick tends to lead to a more successful round. Not 100%, but at least gives a team an advantage. So all MKERS have to do is realistically play for refrags, and the man count should always stay in their favor.
Bit of a stall here as the attackers are taking the ground and the defenders backing off slowly. Of course, losing that first man so early means they can't really afford to
Bomb located
contest
by
and be
attackers.
too spread at this point. So a lot of them coming nice back down and tight. There is a bit of time burned, but maybe not as much as they will have wanted for having gifted their opposition control of piano press area as well. So many angles now being able to be held towards the defenders. They need one player in to cause a fuss, to then basically seize upon these defenders running around, trapped inside of the site. The time and the man count now, especially even more, in favour of MKERS.
Rastin Rastin getting yet another kill as Bruno falls, and that's going to be a C4 lost if he still had it in his pocket. Kaiju now playing on a bullet hole, trying to be sneaky, look for something. But Kaiju setting up the stairs, and perhaps look for anyone trying to retake the upper floors. But Panicky now. Here's the air jab. Can he locate his position? He's trying to prone underneath it and does so. But he's got freedom of movement yet again, and he might be able to find a perfect flank here. The players on yellow stairs need to be cautious. But he's going to opt to try and deny his verticality. He spots the back of Sledge. Can he confirm the kill? Yes, he does, and drops Diffuser. So now he's got the ultimate power play, holding the win condition. But his team is only reduced to 2, so his teammate is last standing. But now,
And it was a clever play to deny the Sledge, but at the same time, he could have denied the 2 players on the stairs from behind who were killing his teammates at the same time. Are they right next to each other? Yes, they are! And the flick from Panicky brings things back even! Definitely not a misplay there, and another one! A lovely shot across onto Wes, leaving only Rastin outside with 10 seconds remaining. Panicky! I was talking about the spread of kills across the team, and he could come out in the moments they need. With the man disadvantage, he gets 4 for the last resort.
just like that. We mentioned him at the start of the round as a player who can show up in key moments, and guess what we just saw? He stood up, take a bow, 4 kills, and a round victory for your team gathered at this on your shoulders. Panicky stands up yet again, and yes, the chat in game is certainly right.
It was epic. It was like getting glory in an alpha pack. It was epic.
I don't even know what that skin is.
It's the American one that sucks.
Oh, is that like the one that you get for like the R4C? It's just an American flag.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. You could have went for a. Actually, I can't remember the epic skin. Hold on. Yeah.
Oh, I'm holding up. The whole game's holding up. Oh, there we go. No, it's back. Just a weird sound moment.
Yep.
Do continue with it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. I don't even actually know the name of skins or their rarity. Okay. You got me. You stumped me with that one.
Oh.
I'm trying to thought of a rebuttal there with another skin. Tudor,
Right,
stop
Black
typing in our
Eyes.
chat. Stop typing in the production chat, Tudor. Okay, that's fair enough. He can do that. But we have now seen
Oh, my
4 rounds
word.
play out, and the last resort have been looking dominant here on their on their defense.
Well, that was what I was saying just before this game. Last resort, I'm expecting a strong defense, and if they can just keep enough, I think they definitely could stretch for the 5-1, because they managed the 4-2 last time on their defense. Of course, it's still a huge effort against Makers, but just 2 more edged defenses. Of course, now going to lobby for the first time. If they've got the right strategies here, they certainly have some interesting ones set up. They've got Banshees all over the place, castle barricades in useful positions. They've certainly got a good setup to delay and to deny. I think the 5-1 would see them to a victory on this defense. But a 4-2 keeps it in contention a lot more. And 3-all is a completely different story. So it's in Maker's hands right now. I think this round could be hugely influential for the rest of this match.
Yeah, again, this is going to be a turn of the tide moment. If Makers can kind of begin to get this game back under control and tie it all up again, it does leave everything up in the air and no real advantage for the last resort. But right now, oh
Rastin with the crazy little peaky, blasty shots today. That's another one.
Bow. What a shot! Absolutely, he does it yet again. I mean, right there, if you want to show an idea of how talented these players are, those shots. Rastin on coastline is a similar shot when he's on one. Mike, he does it yet again. Finding his second in the round. Panicky fires back and gets Katsola, so brings it to a 4v3, but still, Makers hold that man advantage. It looks like they're trying to force their way, brute force through the main door, which might not work out, but Karyudu want to find Panicky and reduce the numbers of the last resort to 2.
Well, he sustained a lot of damage, just the final blow not delivered by Panicky, the MP5 being his enemy there. And the plant being stuck by Wes, the coverage from the air jab, very useful. Bruno takes out Karyudo, that roaming Ash, which means all the remaining attackers outside of this door. The defenders probably don't have the intel on all their positions. 2 air jabs now set off by defenders. Certainly help out that they know but there aren't too many around to stop from disabling at this point.
I think Bruno's going to try and tuck himself in that corner with a smoke grenade as cover. He's trying to duel away with the close quarters fight. So against, I believe, Rastin taps away at the Diffuser to try and bait it out. He's got his teammate Hazard there to attempt to cover. Spots out one head, but going to lose out the fight. And Rastin there to collect his third and final, as Bruno is the next to fall, the final man standing. And that is MKERS getting one round back. So we move on to round number 6. Can they tie it up 3 rounds apiece, or will 4-2 be the advantage for the last resort? This is such a close matchup. Do not blink, because I think you could miss it.
Well,
I mean, after the prep phase, of course. The prep, you won't miss the prep phase, but the way these teams are playing, you might miss some incredible action.
You might just. I mean, something crazy could happen in the prep phase as well.
You never know.
5 team kills.
Mirror puts down a window.
Yeah, Mira puts a window down in logistics. You never know what could happen. She's in play. She's not banned this time. We head upstairs. Console is the repeated site here to try and finish things off. A 4-2 would be fantastic for the last resort. A 3-all, a lot more difficult. Of course, maybe they've got some slightly more robust attacking strategies on this map is what they have brought than last time, and potentially MKERS might not be as strong on their defense, so all yet to see how exactly that will turn out. We do know Last Resort can pull out a pretty good defense up on this top floor. One win and 1 loss for them on it so far. They're going for the same setup for the 3rd time in a row. MKERS will now know what to expect, and they are a very efficient team, good at getting control of areas, and given they know exactly what's going to happen, I want to see how they adjust to this, because I anticipate them potentially going for a different move than the East-focused one of last time.
Yeah, pushing in straight from admin is seemingly going to be a little bit of a death trap again, and I think the same strategy is going to be applied with Hazard behind that shield to try and catch anyone pushing in the coffin early. Now, it's very unlikely it'll work to the same effect twice, but just that presence and his existence there is going to add a little bit of worry and some thought process coming into the attack of MKERS. And we see there the 2 players on the roam is going to be Oculus and Kaiju down below. So they can present a massive challenge if left undetected, and if they get an opportunity to flank up these stairs, they can really rip this attack apart. So they have to be careful in these opening phases of this round to gather the correct information and set themselves up for a good round. We spot the first Goyo shield there playing inside of Coffin. Hazard's then tucked in behind another one, so he has some lines of defense to fall back behind. But Rastin feeding this drone, he's going to spot out the Jaeger certainly, so that's going to spell a possible disaster for Hazard if he has no utility to here to protect.
Well, he struggled in that position last time, especially with those breach charges destroying him, and again, it goes off and he's swung on by Katsola at the same time. Great pinching play, very simple from Hazard, making himself quite an easy target, and of course, clever play from the Mozzie coming around behind unexpectedly, but it was expected by Katsola. He's ready to fight that player off. Who isn't on his team though is Karyuno.
Great kill now and ties us up in terms of play. Bruno yet again prepping this window inside of Connector to give himself a late opportunity at a new line of sight, which could really be disruptive to MKERS if it gives them, or if they haven't prepared for it. I believe he's actually opened it up now, so he's going to try and work around it, but that's going to be Katsola finding 2. Panicky and Kaiju fall. A trade now as Killier is going to get removed by Bruno. The plant's going to go down, however, and now that's going to spell disaster for the last resort. These post-plant situations are tricky to win, and especially when you're on reduced numbers. Oculus and Bruno, the last 2 standing. Can they isolate these 1v1s? This castle barrier into the connector not working out as planned. That's got a quad kill for Katsola, but shut down before the ace. Bruno 2 left to find. But look at this crossfire. He's going to be walking into the gates of hell the moment he sets foot trying to get this diffuser. He's looking for the player inside of admin, spots him out, but can't win out that draw as Rastin shuts him down. As MKERS tie us up 3 rounds apiece, moving into the side swap.
Oh, smart effort from Bruno. Some good awareness, but really hard to execute that plan. It was well set up by MKERS in the first place to make it incredibly difficult, almost impossible for him to pull it back. 3-all, even at the half. It's not exactly what the last resort would have wanted, but at the same time, 3-all is is no easy feat against MKERS Academy, and they'll certainly be quite happy with themselves. I'm now at the Switch. What can both of these teams do on the opposite side? Because we saw a slight imbalance last
Attackers
time
need to
in
locate
play
and defuse as many
between,
bombs as they can.
especially the last resort's attacking just didn't seem to go to plan, and it seemed a little bit messy. MKERS were just as on it as they were attack and defense. So this is a lot. My eyes are on the last resort right now and how they're going to attack this. They are bringing a much more utility-based lineup this time. However, as of course, Consulate differs from Coastline in many ways. One of which is you have to deal with a lot of things, and they've got a lot to do there.
Yeah, Concept presents a little bit more of a technical challenge for teams because of the way you can set up a strategy. For example, look at this really dedicated set of bathrooms. There's a Goyo shield there. I imagine the hatch will be opened up as well to allow a fallback. So there is an extra level of step, or an extra step to everything you need to do here, and that checklist is a little bit longer than on the likes of Coastline. That means when you're pushing through, especially in the Shoes of Last Resort, you've not only got to be worrisome of the guns of MKERS, but also what strategy have they deployed, how they're going to be holding, and exactly what levels of aggression you should expect. So a lot more challenges, a lot more puzzles to solve. Siege at sometimes high-level problem solving with dire consequences for your team, and they've solved this puzzle quickly enough to make an execution stick.
Yeah, they haven't faced a challenge this hard since brain training on the DS.
Oh, that was an experiment in torture at a certain point.
Pro esports. That's surely the esport they all started with.
Oh, well, yeah. Who didn't play brain training on the DS?
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
I forgot what the doctor's name was. What was it? Dr. Kid something? Oh, but Panicky getting the first kill to Karyudo. Just simply watching the skylight top of yellow takes out the Jaeger. An easy free kill given away by MKERS with Last Resort. Just that little bit of a cushion, as they don't seem that intent on necessarily clearing out from above. All 5 players now currently sitting outside the breach, going very direct, which could be punished with the vertical angles open by 2 players sitting on that first floor. Surely they should clear this area. It'd be very bizarre to see them just leave it entirely and try and run in.
Yeah, this is something that I'm a little bit concerned about. Are they dedicating completely to try and brute force their way in? Because you're staring down the barrel of a Maestro as Rastin, who's not been missing a shot.
Oh!
Paniky's going to find a fantastic headshot to Cat Solo there and giving them the man advantage. So the defense being reduced to 3, 2 members on site. But there we speak about it. Rastin getting one, Wes another one. So this direct push is falling apart at the seams. Diffuser's being recovered, but there's just stepping into the gauntlet. A crucible, a carving ground inside of these 2 breaching charges, and that's going to be fantastic as Killier is going to be upstairs, finds Panicky, gets control of these vertical positions yet again, and this push from the Last Resort has been stifled somewhat. They're going to have to brute force their way now. Grenades tossed out to try and blind the smoke grenade for cover as Hazard vaults on in. He's going to attempt the plant here. The player by Pipes is compromised, and that's going to be a fantastic kill. But up above is Killier popping away with the 12 gauge, can't find the damage. Hazard's surely going to stick this plant. Yes, he is.
Activating the diffuser.
Oh, Oculus with another one! At the end, a triple in a 2 versus 3 to pull it back with the AK-74M. Lovely play from the Nomad. That was the sort of thing we saw him do with the Older at the start of Coastline. It's been a long time since then, but still consistently showing up on the attack. Now, that was a very, very strange... I don't think I've ever seen a basement round play out quite like that. That was very strange.
I'm just trying to take this moment to process. The Last Resort seemingly relied on a super direct push with no real dedication to anything else other than the wall and some brief vertical pressure. And it looked like it was all but lost, but somehow they were able to just stay relaxed, stay composed, and ultimately
Attackers need to
win their
locate
ones.
and defuse bombs.
I think that was mostly in the hands of Oculus, player who can step up in the big moments. Him and Panicky having some blinders so far today. alongside notably Bruno as well. The whole team really performing quite strongly. Potentially we'd like to see a little bit more from K5Z so far in this game, but doing enough for the team, of course. I mean, how much of those amazing clutch plays were supported by his intel from that dead camera position, we don't know. So, you know what, I'll give him the credit for it.
That's very kind of you. It's one downfall is perhaps the way Siege is scored out. You know, intel is king, and sometimes someone can die early and be so pivotal to a round. So again, we'll just give him credit, but benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Is Karyudu perhaps had too much to drink watching American sports ball last night and is trying to purge himself of all his talking before getting ready to storm the offense?
What's it called? Is it Blue the Bear?
Bear and the Big Blue.
Yeah. What? I completely forgot that character existed until just now. So what is that? What am I talking about? That's it. It's Blue the Bear. I love that guy. He should be an operator. Actually, no, well, I mean, we've got Clash 2 coming next season, but the season after that. And after Operation Grim Sky 2, we'll have Operation Blue the Bear.
I'm down. I'm gonna back this decision from me back. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can have this. I'm a fan of that. So, with 2 minutes left to go, Fragnet tossed out in a horribly awkward encounter there, but Karyudu finished lurking around the toilets to claim the life of Bruno. Kaiju left in DBNO on the stairs, but Oculus rats away with that AK-12 and finds Rastin down on the yellow stairs. Not a keen position to be in, but Karyudu holding inside a bathroom. Recovery is going to occur, and that's going to be Ash back up in action. So they start getting control and pushing in towards the objective. 4v4 with a minute 30 left. Still all to play for in this round.
Not too much ground taken. They've focused on this yellow stairs side. They seem very focused on one or two particular areas, and that's about it. Then they're very different to Makers, who like control of lots of areas and spreading wide across. They managed to get themselves a kill, but it's refragged straight back and capitalized upon by Killiator, starting things off very strongly for Makers as we move into the last minute. Oculus taking even more damage from Karyudo. So much damage dealt across the board. Karyudo picks up another, and it's only Oculus. He pulled out the heroics, getting 3 in a 2 versus 3, and now it's a 1 versus 3, and he has to do the same thing. A little bit of time to do it. Position known. He's going to have to move around elsewhere. It looks all but done from here, which will pull the score back to a 4-4.
The moment he touches the rappel, it's going to be like ringing the dinner bell, so I think he might just sit. I think he might just sit on this roof and just wait and try and compose himself with his team and figure out what went wrong and what they could possibly do better. Still, it's only their first round of the offense, but as these rounds play out, we only have a 12 at maximum. You've got to be thinking about this. You know, you can't sacrifice too many rounds, especially now that your safety blanket of 1 round's up.
Oh, Karyudo picks up another. No reason not to get a little bit aggressive up there at the end of the round. He gets himself a nice extra bit of stat padding. 4-all. We find ourselves here again.
These teams cannot shake each other at all. They're so close. They are absolutely giving it their all in this series, and well, both of them are showing exactly what they're made of. Another draw might be on the cards here if they continue to trade rounds in this manner. But we move into round number 9 and go down to the basement this time. Can Makers make a good, solid defense here on the garage?
Well, they had quite a strong setup last time, and it was a strange round, to say the least. Last time attempted by the Last Resort. I'd be very surprised to see the Last Resort go for the same strategy of just focus on the breach, because if Makers know that and then they counter it, there's no way. There is no way you're allowed to get in there and do that job. They have the operators to counter that perfectly. The Maestro should be quite a key one as well, notably. But any of these operators, bar Jaeger specifically in terms of utility or secondary gadgets, can deny this in some way. Surely they won't reattempt.
certainly hope not.
5
but
seconds left before
never
insertion.
truly know inside a siege what's going to be in store just around the corner. Round 9 now officially begins. And looking at the setup wise, this is exactly what you'd imagine, exactly what you tend to see. The setup wise, the Goyo shield placed in that elevated position to get a little bit of extra cover, just to help tonight, and then just drop down open and
There's
available.
Noah zooming in on the urinal. Ooh, urinals.
I mean, it's two-door on observation.
Oh, it's 2 doors, isn't it?
Yeah, we can bully two
because
door
he's just
now.
a poo-hoo head.
You're damn right.
We know two door like poo-poos in the urinal.
Oh yeah, he definitely does.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy.
He is definitely that guy.
2 door, more like poo door.
You can tell it's been a long day. How many hours have we been casting?
Oh, look at this, bro! I'm about to alt F4. Fantastic. Well, there's an aggressive jump out coming here. Katsola taking the jab, and Karyudo going for the shot, but nobody's really there to be taken out. So almost in vain there. At least the air jab is taken out of that position, so that potential jump out later could be available. But it's not really going to net much, you imagine.
That double jump out just reminds me of the
Attackers have
Latin
recovered
American
their
region,
diffuser.
where the
The
first time I
attacker's bomb
ever
diffuser
saw
has been
two
dropped.
people running out to an air jab, the bait one out and one to go for cover. I think it was Team Liquid who done it, and I was absolutely like, my mind was blown the moment I saw them do that. So it's an interesting flashback memory.
Bruno bomb
Bruno is
diffuser.
going to be able to find the skull of
They
Raskin, so
are
no more
doing-
memories for him.
Whip it, they're doing it again.
Yeah, they are.
They got the first kill though,
Attackers dropped the
which is a
diffuser.
great start. And they've got a good
Attackers
amount of
recovered the
time
diffuser.
for this execute, but I don't think, can they
Attackers
vault in
bomb
that
diffuser
left
has
one? I think that looks too high to me.
I believe the left one
Attackers have
perhaps is
recovered
just
their
there
diffuser.
for a line of sight, and the middle and right ones are one of what they're going to try and enter through.
Yeah.
It could be there to throw smoke as well, but that C4 is tossed out and well
Oh!
timed perfectly, but Kaiju is going to get that refrag instantaneously.
Cleared
Drop
out
the
the...
diffuser.
It's strange, and it's now a 2 versus 2, but the revive comes out onto the Ash, so still the advantage and a good amount of time for the last resort. Despite the weird execution strategy, Katsola's position known behind a white van, and there's little time to make this move happen. You imagine the pinch will be coming. They've just got to rush in at the same time, and Killiate is still above. If he doesn't miss his shots, this should be a simple enough round. He hits the first one, he hits the second. It's a triple for Killiate in total, leaving the Ash
15
behind.
seconds remaining.
15 seconds to execute. She could well get the better of this bandit. They're dancing around the white van. She needs to plant as well. Oh, she got the kill, but Killiator with the quad sitting above. He was doing it last time. They cleared him out. This time, they just left him there. And he killed 4 of them for free.
Yeah, that to me
What?
right there, I'm looking at this and questioning what TLR are trying
It's
to do.
kind
there.
of the opposite. Like, if you flip vertically from where we were, it was like in the EU finals with whoever it was, and G2 when they were swinging in the windows, didn't clear out underneath. It was kind of the complete opposite.
It was. I'm
down.
Just trying to, like, the way the last resort were playing that is interesting to me. I think clearly from the way they're doing it, they're well practiced and they have it reasonably well refined where they want to be and where kind of how progressed they want to be throughout the round. You know,
Attackers need to locate
Selma
and
seem
defuse
reasonably
bombs.
well placed. They have everything set up and they're kind of comfortable just staring down in the objective. But we saw there the
Bomb
power
located
and
by
control that
attackers.
Piano has over that type of push. And once you lose the player who tries to take that control, they're left kind of grasping at straws, just trying to push deep into the objective, and that's difficult to do when Piano control is held by the defense. So, not too sure if that was the right call for that strategy, but we must move on as round 10, we're in our prep phase with MKERS, a single round away from forcing us to match point, or the last resort, drag us to the deep water once more.
Well, it was 6-4 last time on Coastline, and that is exactly why we call it Close Line,
Attackers are
because the
heading
last
out to
resort
defuse
can
the
pull
bomb.
it back from there. They've got the opportunity though still, 3 rounds only away from a win. They could still get 4 points here, so it's not over until the fat lady sings. And Barnell's taking a break today, so it's not over for a little while.
He had to rest his vocal cords. So, looking at what I'm saying again, the lineups haven't changed a whole lot. Velociraptor have been running with the same setup, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So a nice core mix of hard breach, soft breach, as well as flank watch utility. Rastin dropping on down inside of Piano now, and an interesting decision to do so, but he might be trying to use that 1.5 to help duel with players by the window, or thinking that the upstairs area is too hot to hold, especially when he has late game utilities, such as those yokais still available to him.
So much utility on Maker's lineup. It's crazy looking how many gadgets they have, and all of those late impact, the late round impact operators that I can see there, that they can pull out at the most surprising moments. Rastin sitting above, sneaking up into this position. Might not quite be known if they droned it out earlier and then haven't checked it since. Of course, they'll know that that wall is open, but if they are not careful, could be caught off here. They're going to go onto a different hell. Playing it quite slow at the moment, but Oculus starts things off with a good kill onto Cat Solar. So taking out that pulse provides, well, takes away a lot of the provided intel from that particular player, which is a great start for them. And Ash, very close to the echo here. She's not checking the corner. K5Z needs to be careful here. Panicky picks up another kill. This final one onto Rastin could be crucial. She comes down the stairs and is down by Killiator, finishing the kill. 3 versus 4. Now 3 versus 3 with Rastin dropping that. She gets 2!
But Panic is able to trade off one as well, reducing this fight to a 2v2. Bruno upstairs now lying in wait with the vertical positions, SMG-11 in hand. Panicky trying to creep forward to get control of that objective once more. But will Rastin be aware and check the corner? No, pre-fire denied. Is that going to be another kill? 3 for him. The Echo so important right now and leaving Bruno low HP and a dream. But he's going to have so much work to do to recover this. He's just stuck in no man's land, and again, he's fighting against a Maestro and Echo, so they can just jump on their gadgets and whittle him down with sonic booms and laser beams. He's going to get pre-fired by the Alda, and Makers make it good on round number 10 and force their hand onto match point.
Can't believe I've never come up with that before.
What?
Alda. Dear me. I'm going to be doing that a lot from now on. And we find ourselves again at 6-4. Match point. Now, we were talking about elephant facts, but again, this is probably the most interesting one, that match point. Console, office, and meeting room. The second floor defense being opted for. I think the turning point in that round was K5Z not checking the Echo's position there. Of course, just not, I guess, not expecting him to be that tucked in or not checking it. Just a tiny bit more caution. He gets a free kill there. He doesn't drop the hatch. The Ash gets an extra kill, stays alive that bit longer. He doesn't drop the hatch and kill 2. That looked probably the last resort, so it could be a 5-5 there. Just that single moment had such a large impact on the round.
Those big moments of individuality have been so important in this matchup. And well, Makers really benefited from that one. And now, match point. The last resort, once again, in order to be able to salvage a point from this one, must be flawless. They've done it before on Coastline. Can they do it again here on Constant? Makers have looked strong in their defense so far, but not impervious. Can TLR claw their way back into this one?
Attackers moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, the Jaeger and Wamai combo, no surprise here. There's so many opportunities for projectiles on this site, given the window play, given the direct access to a lot of sites from outside of the building. Very easy to just chuck some nades in, chuck some flashes and get moving. That is going to be denied. And also potentially air jabs, although you typically would use them outside on this particular map, especially on this site. Yet to see where, well, we saw where Oculus put one, at least he's put down all the others in the meantime. So no jumping out by the looks of it for any of the players on the south side of the map. And Cat Solo won't be able to do anything. He's shut down early on Impress.
That is a massive blow, as we've repeated multiple times here. This first kill has been super important, helping dictate the pace and tempo of these rounds. Makers find themselves with that early deficit. Pressure being applied here to the
Attackers
yellow
located
stairs.
bomb.
Wes comes back to the objective. They're trying to duel with these windows, but that's a dangerous game against the devil, perhaps. He loses my very easily to give up even more control for his team. Hazard, though, seemingly unaware they're on Mai's location, focusing on the pings towards Baguette.
Bomb
That's going to be
located
Panic
by
shutting down
Oh.
Karyudu, and this might be the collapse towards the objective as Makers. Can they hold on? Shots whizzing past the head, but that's going to be
Oh.
finding Hazard in a great play. But does he know
Attackers
he's
have recovered
compromised
their
from the yellow stairs? Is he aware of it? The drone's whizzing around, trying to gather information as Killer's going to have a free drop down here. And this could be a complete mix-up. Can he get a flank on the control of yellow stairs? Panicky not aware, so he might be in danger, but now watching the call-out cam and just in time to keep the Sophia alive.
Yeah, those pings coming out onto Killiator directly on his position, and
Bomb diffuser
he's
has
not
been dropped.
pre-fireable. He wins the fight somehow against Panicky and pulls it back again, allowing Killiator to live in that position. A bit silly there, just not anticipating the aggression, and now the Ash swinging round, trying to correct it. Finally does, gets a double kill for this round. Advantage still in the hands of the Last Resort. Not as strong as it could have been. Certainly still misplays from them. There is no room for any misplays from this point. They need to use this man advantage, get in good positions just to refrag their way through the rest of this round.
Just getting a
Oh.
very important kill there. Can Rastin escape? Yes, he can, but the swing occurs and the plant's going down. But Rastin down below, he's not going to be quick enough to be able to buy the plants. We have to worry about this post plant. He's not looking in the right position yet, and this information's old, so he has to act quickly to try and deny at least one player and equalize it to a 1v1. Desperately trying to chew through the floor or the roof above him, but can't find the toes of his opposition. And now in a 1v2, an Oculus on this rappel. Rastin is really up against it, trying to lock for the players on that rappel. He's going to be able to spot them out, but can't quite land the shots. Reminiscent of Mint in the Tokonami finals. He's going to get lit up even more. And now this is going to be a horrible brawl. His position known and compromised. And the clock is ultimate enemy. And that is all she wrote in terms of time. But Bruno confirms the kill on round number 11. Last Resort take it. And now, yet again, we go to round 12.
Here we are again. 6-5 for Makers. They threw it away once. Well, it wasn't quite thrown away. It was very much taken back by the Last Resort. Regardless of whether it's thrown away or taken this time, that's what the Last Resort will want. One round away from a double draw. It's very, very rare that we see a game go the maximum amount of rounds across two maps. And I'm happy about it.
I actually normally I sit here. Normally because you know why it's Oregon and club.
Yeah,
For the four maps you get to watch. But this time, you know, these two teams are absolutely pushing each other to the limit. No one is giving each other an inch. And now on the final round, yet again, everything they know, everything they can draw from the past rounds they've had in this matchup are going to be even more important as they go back down to the basement. And as we've seen, TLR have had an interesting strategy coming to this attack every single time. Already going to opt to do it third time.
Well, I mean, they've got to clear the mute, for one. They've got to get Killiator out of that position in press. They have to clear above. They very passively did it, like peeking across to the windows on the first attempt, and then one player sweeping around at a later point. I don't think that's enough. I have this strangest feeling looking at the drone positions and how they're set up that they might be doing the same thing again, which doesn't seem like a great idea to me. But it's it's their decision. Let's see what they can do with it from this point. And yeah, it looks remarkably similar to that initial plan.
This is a concern right now, because this strategy has been very reliant on individuality, and if they can't find that same level of individuality here, it's going to be a very difficult strategy to break down, especially with their option of attack. And now losing a player so early, and especially Panicky, who's been so influential in this matchup, already off the board. This might spell disaster for the Last Resort, but can they recover? Still lots of time to do so. This is going to be a tricky job to try and clear this utility off the wall. A brawl occurring by this repel position as Oculus takes a lot of damage. Cat Solo queuing up to try and deny it. But there are the Selmas. The wall's now being opened. And the last one fully capitalized and make this touch by attackers.
They've lost a very key man. Oculus has taken a lot of damage. Of course, they won this out with his 3 kills from a disadvantaged position. Last Resort never really looked that convincing on this particular attack despite the win, and players still in strong positions with no pressure whatsoever. They must know. They must know. The ADS is now being burned up, trying to get rid of the Evil Eyes. Not managing to so far, of course. Those Evil Eyes still alive, able to be used by Rastin.
A bomb has been located.
Was that what? That was just taken out? Did he just take... Oh no, it's still there.
No, it's still there. So now Rastin can just use this for information as well as to tap away an EHP. I believe we have a drone destroyed audio bug, but let's not let that take away from these final few seconds of action as the Last Resort still down on man count with a minute left to try and break through this stalemate. Upstairs is going to be that mute of Killier yet again, opening up more angles to work with, and these were the Achilles heels of the Last Resort last time. 4 or 3 players died trying to enter from these vertical positions. And now, as time drains away, you only have to be a little bit more tense for TLR. They're going to have to make this play sooner rather than later. And as time chips away, it's going to have to be more and more drastic. Karyudu gets 1, Killier gets another 1. No. I believe just like this, it's going to be a massacre. Hazard rounds the corner, and Bruno, the last one standing, takes down by Catsola. And a flawless round for MKERS. And they close this matchup up.
Well, shave my head and call me Jerry. A flawless round to finish it off for MKERS Academy. They seal themselves 3 points for this map, 4 in total. Just about deserved in the end, ever so slightly. I think the difference between the teams was the attacking strategy on the basement, I think, for the Last Resort. They just didn't seem... They clearly had that plan, and maybe we're missing something because one or two things didn't go to plan throughout their rounds trying to attempt that. But from the outside at least, and from what we can all see, just maybe have a different plan.
Yeah. It just felt like they had that one kind of core strategy for attacking the basement, and you know, when it worked, it worked. It was relying on individuality. I believe Oculus finding those 3 kills to help that plant go down and securing the round victory. But when they can't get control of Piano, they really do... It just seems to lack any punch, and they try to recover it later on, but Kaiju was felled it upstairs, and from that moment they lost the Ash, but middle of yellow. The round was all but lost. They put a valiant effort up and certainly have sent a message that they can stand toe for toe with MKERS, but MKERS on Consulate just show that they have a little bit extra in that gas tank, and they were able to close out and get the victory.
Yeah, in the end, the community predictions going... Oh, most people ended up being just about right. I don't think those numbers were very indicative. I don't think anyone really expects all today in terms of how close it was. 1 round, the difference between 2 each, and then 4-1. So very close in the end. Well fought from the Last Resort. Very well fought from MKERS as well. What a Contenders division we have so far. That was first versus second at this point. Of course, there's still a team... first versus third, sorry. There was still a team in second in the middle there. Rocket Gaming, who we are yet to see play. They will be on tomorrow. That's going to be very exciting. Can't recall who they are playing, but it should be a fantastic game anyway. Seeing them in action. And we will see you then for... Today, I have been Ebac, and I've been joined by Whippet. It's been a pleasure today, Whippet.
As always, it's been a long time since we got the cast together, but it's been an absolute joy. 4 maps, and we were able to cruise on through them. It was an honor, as always, and you've taught me so many Harry Potter references.
Thank you very much. All right, see you, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow. We're going to have a great time back in Contenders.